Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. We've entered the early stages of an industrial age that has begun taming the wilderness across the world. And while progress brings solutions, it also brings new and more complex problems, and tends to pick at old wounds left unhealed. The first trains have begun to run in the north along with airships, but the long-ignored issues of stolen land, pollution, and deforestation have begun to fester, to name only a few. But our focus and our second story is on one small group of new allies and their own struggles and battles against a changing, dangerous world. Our particular window in time falls 500 years after the calamity and the great shattering of Harris. With any luck, this story will resonate across time like the last.
Christmas Fortunemær, a dodgy charlatan formerly of the Jade Street Crows gang, but he doesn't remember that part of his life. With a 5-year memory gap and having only recently rediscovered friends he'd forgotten, Christmas is suddenly on a dangerous path left by his former self. Thankfully, he's a master of charm, theatrics, and disguise, and when those don't work, he has found family that, whether he remembers them or not, will fight to the last beside him.
Magda Wrenly, a professional mercenary and member of the revered Taiylor clan of monster hunters. With a wasting curse weighing on her shoulders that can't be dismissed by normal means, Magda has been left to search for an unconventional cure. Now, she's found herself with a group of allies she didn't ask for, and friends whose love she doesn't understand. Years of dealing with regret, ill health, and distrust have left her slow to ask for help.
Noah Barago, a cheery alchemist from Reese's Ridge and son of a well-known engineer and apothecarist. Noah's upbringing was colorful to say the least, leading to his expertise in potions and mechanical contraptions. He's out in the world to find new ideas and support the family business. But now, he's stumbled into a pile of issues that most rich kids from the suburbs just don't deal with. But in his own words, usually with a gun and a grin leveled at the current problem, "Don't you worry there, guy, everything's gonna be hunky-dory."
Foostrak Wildborn, a wandering warrior from the Nathar clan and student of the runic battle traditions of the Giantkin. Raised by folk who believed in the survival of the fittest, but refused to adapt to the modern world, Foostrak left the clan to seek outside knowledge to hopefully bring home one day. He is set on helping his people survive, even if they are stuck in their old ways and don't realize how badly they need his insight.
And we're live, everybody.
Okay, that took longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, I know.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I am your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace, and joining me, I have Astrid Knight.
Hey.
That was obnoxious. I got Blake Wolfe.
Yeah, hi.
I got Zack Gale.
What up?
And Zack Koop.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, Ash. The click on your microphone was very obnoxious.
Oh, I thought you meant I was obnoxious. I was
No,
like,
I mean,
no.
fuck?
Thank you. Thank you, Ben.
You're not mean enough to be that obnoxious, but she's not.
Oh my god.
She really isn't, though. Like, since when has Ash ever insulted you and you've been like, oh, never?
No. Usually it's when Ash is like, when I say something that I'm like wanting a reaction on and Ash is quiet, that I'm like, oh my god, I'm a failure. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's been a couple times where I've like cracked a joke and she doesn't laugh, and I'm like,
I'm sorry.
I suck.
No.
It was usually because you didn't hear it or you were
It's
zoned
usually
out.
because I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, thanks.
That makes me feel even better. You're not
Yeah.
paying attention to me. Great.
God.
I love that for me.
I don't pay attention to anybody.
Anyway.
Oh, fuck.
Anyway.
Where'd you come from? I've been here for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Right.
that legit happens.
Anyway.
called the ADHD.
Shh.
The edit.
Shh.
What?
Shut up. Last time. I love you people. I love you people so much. I always look forward to Saturday. Last time, episode 28, Reluctant Aid, you guys were in the Borden house in Port Saris. After figuring out, mostly, how to deal with the Almatum and the Cistern, Vesper showed up to help you guys out. Searching the house, you found a note that was very suspicious, asking someone to take him home as soon as you can and don't let his guardian follow. We need to adjust some things. Signed, S. You guys fucked around the Borden house for a while, figuring out what to do. And you were able to actually leave safely after getting permafrost formaldehyde, and Vesper cleaning you guys up to make sure no spores made it out. On your way back to the estate, Christmas grabbed some whiskey. You guys stopped by the AMC office, and you also met up with Torre Honorbound, which is a scribe from the Taiylor clan who came at Magda's call, and his apprentice Lanza Haas. Now, let's see. What? No. Go ahead. I know you're used to me ignoring. But Walter eventually arrived, and as is typical when Walter's around, he just made snide remarks and tried not to answer anything directly. But you did learn that he was intending on bringing an extra person with you when you bamfed to Konstanos. Marceline Nyland, Leon Vanier's fiance and a former crow, as Walter did not know.
We're everywhere.
Huh?
I said we're everywhere.
Yep.
They're every woman.
It's all in them.
Mm-hmm.
But after talking with Walter for a while, he did admit that he has known Marceline longer, 4 years, but he did not know she was a crow. You also got the idea that he and Leon are actually pretty good friends, and not just, co-workers or boss and worker. Let's see. Noah got cake.
I did. I still have cakes to give everyone.
Yep. Magda started asking Walter about his tattoos, and he gave a little bit of information, admitting that some of them were inspired by Silas Vanier, and that his wife has matching tattoos on her palms because they both got into magic in college because of Silas.
Do you think when they cast magic, they do the magenta and riffraff thing and they put their hands together? I feel like that'd be super cool.
They may have when she was alive.
Oh my god.
Now he has to.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Just by
Now he does the
himself.
Full Metal Alchemist thing.
Yeah, now he has to be Edward.
Yeah.
Yeah. But after a while of talking to Walter, he did admit that he does actually want to help you guys. He's just having a hard time being nice. He offers to introduce you guys to Marceline to vet her before you guys take her along. And Walter and Magda had a little side conversations in there that were nice. We're working on that friendship. You guys all went in different directions to chill out for a while. Foostrak got some stuff with his Phoenix mark. Gwen and Magda talked over some worries. Noah ordered another cake for Walter. Jasper was real fucking cute. And Christmas got a chance to sit still and think about some things.
Think about some things.
Yeah, while continuing to fill himself full of whiskey.
Marceline arrived in the evening to meet you guys. She seemed shocked to see fellow crows. But as far as you guys could tell, she was pretty nice and genuine. She did, as you guys told her about what you were up to, she seemed surprised to find out that Tristan was the quarry butcher, and then immediately asked what's the soonest Walter could leave, and he said in the morning. She also asked if Christmas had seen Sala, and you said, I can't answer that. She headed out while Walter summoned a magnificent mansion and welcomed you guys inside.
Oh yeah, I forgot that he...
So it's still Turin 22nd. You guys are inside one of the villas at Courage Estate, and Walter has summoned a ring portal into the air, and he has disappeared through it. What'd you like to do? Don't everybody talk at once.
I want to grab the cakes and then go inside.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Jasper's on your heels, carrying a couple of them for you.
Probably a good idea.
As you guys, is everybody else going in? Is anybody fucking off to do something else? Okay, good. For the first time ever, the party's together. You guys, you guys stepped through this portal that he summoned out of like a ring, a spoon, and something else that's involved in that spell. And you step into a gorgeous Konstanian style ballroom, where it's very, it's got like marble flooring that's, there's dark marble in some areas and light marble in others that creates this like expanding floral pattern as it goes out toward the walls. And you see at the center of the inner flower, which is sort of resembles a rose, there is a ring set into the floor. Just beyond that, there are two curling staircases that go up to a balcony that overlooks everything, and there are 3 hallways, one going forward and 2 to each side. You see, scattered across this room, there are a number of sort of only slightly there figures, these ghostly images that you can't quite tell what they are, but they're definitely animals. They move around on like 4 feet, but they just sort of drift through. And as you step in, you see Walter standing in the center of all of this, sort of making these gestures into the air, and you see the runic tattoos on his arms lighting up as you watch the walls actually press in a little bit, not too far. But as they shift inward, the shape of the marble flooring starts to change, and the floral pattern becomes geometric, and everything just kind of shifts. The staircases even move inward, and then it all clicks into place and just echoes across the chamber. You can see above you almost Sistine Chapel, like vaulted ceilings. There are murals and paintings everywhere. But at the front of the hall, beneath the balcony, hanging between 2 glass doors that go out to what looks like a garden, you see there is a larger portrait of a beautiful woman in a like nice, slightly not lopsided, but like a fashionably like cocked hat with like feathers and flowers in it. And she's sitting alone in this painting in a chair, just sort of looking over the hall. But Walter lowers his arms and he turns to all of you and says, "Well, this is home. Make yourselves comfortable."
Will do. Thanks.
If there is anything you need, he motions to these like ghostly figures. Just simply call for it. Noah, if you would like, the dining room, and he points up one of these staircases to the western hall. The dining room is up that way. And you actually feel the cakes like taken out of your hand by one of these ghostly figures that stands up on all fours. It's almost like looking at a blur. You can't really make out details about it.
This is a hell of a way to avoid paying property taxes. Just an observation.
It has certainly saved me some money, but getting to the point that I could actually make this cost a lot. What, do you all want a house tour or something?
I mean, we're... It's a big
You just want
house.
us to
Where
go
do we...
nuts
Yeah,
and,
do you
like-
just want us to go find a place to sleep?
The chambers are on either side. Dining and kitchen in the what I call the West Hall, and then study, parlor, greenhouse in the east. There's a garden outside, and then there is a hall that goes over the garden into a sort of recreational area, if you will.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna eat because Noah's put a lot of work into these cakes, I think. Or he had someone
yeah.
put a lot of work into these cakes, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that
eat,
too.
and then I got some shit to work on, so I'm gonna eat and run.
Anything else you might want, food, drink, whatever, just ask for it. It will be brought to you. Being that it is early evening still, and we will probably wait a little while after dawn to leave. That way we don't arrive in Konstanos at 3 in the morning. Feel free to enjoy yourselves in the library, training, whatever you like. I believe I have a billiards table somewhere. Not billiards, pool. There's a difference.
Okay.
Billiards doesn't have pockets.
There is. Yeah.
Ew.
I know.
What do you do with it?
Do you just knock the balls off
it's
the
a
table?
rail game.
Knock
Oh,
the
that's
balls
dumb.
around.
It's billiards.
Hmm.
Cool. I'm gonna go eat cake.
He will show you to where the kitchen and dining room are, which is up the stairs to the left. He takes you down a hallway that you see is lined with maps and paintings and portraits. And actually, Magda, you'll recognize that there's a portrait of Silas Vanier in here with Marin. It appears to be them older, like maybe in their 40s, 50s. I mean, Silas was a little older than Marin, but it's just a nice portrait. It looks older, but very well kept. He leads you down, and you go through this wide archway that leads into a dining room with a table that could probably seat 20. But as you guys step in, parts of the table start to move and actually press into the walls and disappear until it's smaller and more like not intimate, but like it's not like you're all going to be spaced apart hugely. And all the cakes are laid out on the table in front of different chairs. And like place settings appear and like silverware materializes out of the table. You see that hanging over the table there is this gigantic crystal chandelier that, like, if it were anybody else it'd be tacky, but it kind of works with the aesthetic in here. It's not, the place isn't like over decorated, it's kind of warm and actually a little sparse. The paintings and landscapes seem to be the primary form of decoration. throughout this place.
Okay. Well, you guys will notice that each of your cakes have a message for you.
Oh God.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, all of them have a unique message.
Like written in icing?
Yes.
Aw.
If mine says Merry Christmas, I will leave
No,
it
it
across
does
this
not.
table.
It does not.
Christmas doesn't exist in this world.
It says Happy
All right,
Holidays.
We'll do yeah.
Chorizo Fiesta Wear.
It says keep Christ in Christmas.
Oh God.
So,
Sounds
Magda,
uncomfortable.
yours is black with white icing on it. It's got little birds all over it, and it says,
Aw.
"Sorry, I used all your potions, and you might die." Foostrak, yours is. Hang on, I gotta check them off as I say them. Yours is white, and it's got like little black and white cows on it, like same way they were last time, udders and
Blue cows.
everything. And it says you're a good cow.
Hmm.
And then Jasper's has little fists painted all over it, and it says sorry you almost died. Gwyn's is purple, and it has little clams all over it, and it says good job sexy
Oh my
Magda.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh no!
Oh God! This is what happens when Ben gets to do creative things.
Yep.
I love this
is
so
Vesper-
much.
Is Vesper with us?
No.
No, okay. Well, I had one delivered then to Vesper. And it says, thanks for saving us, and it has little bow tie pastas all over it.
Okay.
Because she has imposter syndrome.
Oh God!
There is one for Christmas that is blue, and it has little whiskey bottles on it, and it says, please stop drinking.
Want to know what Walters is?
Yeah, Walters is a red velvet cake with white icing. It's got little limes on it, and it says, thanks for the lime.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
because he brought lime to fill in the
limes
system.
Oh,
to the-
yeah.
With their limes.
That's
I thought
clever.
that was-
I like it.
Okay, well. And then you'll see that Noah has one for himself. Hang on. Which one? So it actually has two messages on it, like in a circle, like one on the top and one on the bottom. And there's little guns and vines and plants all over it. And the top one says, bullets are sometimes dangerous. And the bottom one says, stop trying to kill everyone.
He gave this to himself.
Yeah, I gave myself
Little pep talk. Yeah.
Yeah, little. Here we go. There,
Wow.
enjoy your cakes.
I should do that to myself. Just get myself a tiny cake that says "Stop gaslighting your players," and then
These
in
cakes-
parentheses, accept Ash.
What'd you say, Harris?
Thanks. No,
No,
I was gonna
these
say. Did you
cakes
say
may be-
merit?
Shh. What are you saying, Harris?
What did you say?
These
you say-
cakes may be one of my favorite things.
Oh,
Okay.
No, we were asking Zach. Sorry. Now, what were
Okay,
you going
sorry.
to say,
I heard
Ash?
Marin, and I was like, "Oh God, that hasn't happened in a
It's
while."
not all about you, Ash.
God. What do you want to say, love?
Never mind. It's not about me. So.
Oh my God.
Speak your damn
no.
piece.
Magda will look at hers and be like, "Wow, this is actually really sweet." And then she looks over at Gwen's and she's like, "Oh fuck."
Gwen. Okay, so Gwen is sitting there like,
Uh-huh.
"Thank you, Noah."
So many clams on that cake.
Yes, this is very sweet. No,
You see her shoulders like going. She's trying really hard not to laugh out loud. But as you guys are looking around, like Jasper is like super excited about his. One, it's gonna taste good, and two, he can read it.
That's true.
Oh,
Yay!
Aw.
Yeah, buddy.
But you guys see Walter sitting at the end of the table because he's not like removed from you, but he gets that he's not like part of the crew. He's looking down at his, just going, I think I understand the joke, but... And you see a little bit of a smile start, and he's just...
it's okay. We're all miserable assholes here. You can laugh, and we won't tell anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Barago.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Bon appetit, I guess.
Ah, yes. Bone ape to everybody.
Bon apple teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you
I'm
guys
just going to
dig
give
in-
Noah a pat on the back.
I've smeared the word stop on mine, so now it just says please drinking.
Drinking. Please drinking.
Yeah. But you guys get into your cakes, and they are fucking wonderful because it's from the bread basket.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not the baguette.
Yeah, the baguette, they don't
No,
do
the
cake.
baguette is not as
They do some fantastic bagels, though.
There's also a gun shop that does a gun
You
shop and a
decided
donut shop
that.
that's called the Battalion.
You decided that.
Yeah.
I did.
I
and
did
it's
not
canon.
approve
It's
that.
canon.
No,
it's
it's
a
not.
Walmart.
No.
It's just guns and donuts.
No, what? But yeah, you guys start eating, and at one point, Magda, you feel something rub against your ankle.
Ew.
Yeah. I flinch and I look down.
You see a little orange and black tortoiseshell cat, just kind of weaving between legs.
Oh. Hello. I'm gonna reach down and pet it.
Yeah, you hear, and just like that sound, because that's what Xena sounds like. And she just rubs all over you. But eventually she sort of weaves her way down the table, getting attention from anybody who will pay attention to her, and she hops up on the table and sits on the corner next to Walter.
With this being the first time that we have come across a cat in this campaign, I feel like it is very important to establish the character of Christmas as someone that loves cats, because if you're not, you're a bad person.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cats are
Strong
great.
words.
I've drawn my line in the sand, and I'm standing on one side of it, okay? That's...
Yeah. But yeah, she's this beautiful, small tortoiseshell cat. And you see that instead of like a collar, she has this almost like silk, oh, what are they called? It's not a kerchief.
A ribbon. A bandana.
It's
A
almost
choker.
similar. It's almost similar to
Oh,
like a
yeah.
cravat, but it's purple silk.
Wow. Fancy
Um,
cat.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and you can see she's got some.
Oh my god, it's a
gray-
pussy bow.
She's got.
That's actually
Some-
a thing.
She's got.
Is it?
So,
Yeah.
oh my god, no!
Google it. It's
No.
like literally a piece of clothing.
Stop it. You can see she's got like gray patches in places, especially around her face. This
You're
cat's.
so concerned.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Okay, that was less dirty than I thought it was gonna be.
Jesus.
But it's you though, Ben. How
yeah,
can we
yeah,
expect otherwise?
legit. It's a pussy bow.
But yeah, you can see she's definitely older. You can guess that this cat is probably pushing like 15, 16 years old.
Oh, that's a
Um,
little bitch.
Old baby.
But yeah, Walter just reaches over and scritches her head a little bit as he's eating.
What's the cat's name?
Oh god. I didn't come up with a name. No.
Okay.
Henrietta.
No.
Lila.
Her name is
Reba.
Fungus.
Dolly.
Oh, yeah.
Her name is Charlie.
Oh, cute.
Oh, okay.
I fucking love that name. But yeah, he as he's like giving her a little scritch, says, her name is Charlie.
She just lives here in the void while you're
Mm-hmm.
running around doing shit. Okay.
I mean, I come in here almost every night.
Okay.
What?
Can you
Nothing,
leave a
I'm
cat
just-
in the void?
With some very careful magic, yes.
Ah, okay.
But she cannot leave here.
Why?
She fake?
No, she's very much real. No,
Is she dead?
No, she's not.
Oh, okay.
Shockingly, she's still alive. And he looks at her, old ass cat. Says, no,
It's his wife.
Years ago, when I sold my actual home, I didn't have anywhere to put her, so she was my traveling companion for a while. And then when I managed to make this particular place, I found a way to bind her to it. That way she can come with me, but she's not in any danger.
It's not a bad plan.
Well, considering the fact, and he reaches over and sort of like brushes the fur on like her front shoulder back a little bit. Considering the fact she's been shot while she's been with me, I think this is a safer bet.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I would imagine that being in here is about as safe as you can be.
Yes, no one can come in without my permission.
It's a nice house.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I designed it myself.
It's a lot
I haven't
of,
had-
I was going to say a lot of nice artwork.
Yes. All of this is recreations of my favorite pieces of art. I'm not much of an artist myself, but I enjoy painting, I suppose.
Kind of a weird thing to have your employer's ancestors up on the wall, if you don't mind me saying.
I prefer not to think of it that way. That sounds strange.
Well, I mean, that's what it is.
I don't have my employer's ancestors on the wall. I have my inspirations on the wall. I liked the story of the original Obsidian Collective before I met Leon.
Getting
I'd
some
like to
very
make an
like
insight check.
I'm getting some very like fanboy gone wrong vibes.
Yeah, it's
He has one painting of two famous people that he looks up to.
and then he
No.
has like tattoos, and he's got it.
He's got a
I'd like
dead
to make
wife.
an insight check.
Ugh.
He's got a dead wife.
That's the key
He's
right there. That's what
working
makes
for
everything make sense. The dead wife.
And he's got a
famous
cat with a bullet
Vaniers.
hole in it.
This man's in his 30s. He's lived a life. Sorry.
He's in his 30s?
Yeah.
I would definitely
There's
imagine him
no
older
way
than
he's
that.
in his 30s.
He was born in 466, which means he's
So
That's-
30,
37?
almost 36.
That's not 30.
that's when the first
I said
number
it
starts
is
with
quite
a
literally
3.
in the
Oh.
30s.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. When the
no,
first number
sorry.
starts with a 3, you're in your 30s.
No, he's not 30.
Unless there's two numbers after
He's
it.
That's true.
Yeah.
30. He's almost 36.
whatever. I'd like to make an insight check on him
Okay.
talking
What
about
are
the
you?
veneers.
What are you trying to? What?
Because he's talking about the veneers and he's all like, "Oh, I just like the story and everything." It's like,
I mean, he already gave you a little bit more last time, but you know. Yeah, go ahead.
21.
There is... What he's telling you is true. He's inspired by them and their story. But there may be a little more of a personal connection there.
I don't even need to insight check Walter anymore. I know everything that you're about to say anytime someone rolls a good insight check with him.
Cool.
Starting last session, I was just like, I don't need these anymore. I already know everything about this man.
Great. No, you don't. Trust me.
Everything. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a more personal connection there. And there is a lot of admiration. He's not obsessed with them, but they're definitely like role models. And he's doing a very bad job of following that example.
Okay.
Well, if you were all going to sit here and stare at me, I am going to go do something else. And he stands up, picks up his cat, puts her on his shoulders, and steps out of the dining room.
Well, hold on.
What?
Do you have a closet with clothes
Several.
that we can borrow?
You won't be able to take them out of here.
Ah, damn it.
Hmm.
You know, that would have been
Yeah.
a really good opportunity for you to little practical joke on us, because we would have... Anyway.
Why?
My God.
Because we would have been naked.
Yeah.
Why would I
walked out of
want
here with clothes and just...
that?
Cause
I
it's,
know, you're kind
'cause
of an
it's-
asshole.
Yeah.
Man, you're.
I thought we were going to make a joke about...
He's going to invite us into his home, and you're going to call him an asshole. That's
I mean, he is.
damn.
I mean, I can't
Did you just say that's damp?
argue.
It's nice that you didn't do that.
Anyway, and
Thanks.
he walks out.
Cool.
Good job, guys.
Does anyone have more than one set of clothes with them?
Yeah.
I got a sweater from up in
Probably.
Locke's Landing.
I got all my old shit.
Cool, can I have it?
You're going to wear Magda's clothes?
No.
God, Christmas is so good at being unintentionally creepy.
Yeah.
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 What a solace see in him.
Do you think any of my stuff is gonna fit on you? Because honestly, I'm.
Oh, no, I'm good for what I need. I'm just... If we're going to Konstanos, I don't want us all showing up looking like us.
Okay.
So maybe we can pick stuff up later?
I mean, it sounds like he said, you know, we're going pretty early in the morning, so if we want to make a little shopping trip before we leave...
No, he did say that you guys were going to wait a bit so that you don't end up in Konstanos at 3 a.m.
Yeah, so we can, you know...
Okay.
Never mind, keep your clothes.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Why are you guys so awkward today?
I don't... It's the... We're a bunch of poor people, except for Noah, in this insane
Foostrak
house.
has a fuck ton of money, you guys.
Yeah, and Foostrak gave us a fuck ton of money.
Magda has a fuck ton of money.
Do I?
Yeah, don't you?
How much did you give me?
Oh no,
'Cause I
I'm
only-
thinking of talent. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
I was going to say, Talon has a fuckload of money.
Talon.
Sorry.
Like,
The worlds, they're bleeding together.
God, I hope not.
I feel like Foostrak,
Oh my
you
God,
gave me a bunch of money though.
Yeah, I gave you 500 gold pieces.
Why did I not record that?
You should,
I don't
do
fucking
that.
know.
I don't
I took it out of my inventory.
Yeah, don't ask us that question. That's on you.
I gave Christmas 500 gold too. And I offered some to Noah, and he was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, nah.
I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Well, yeah. So I have like a decent amount of money now.
Okay.
While you guys are sitting here, and you're finishing up your dessert dinner, the plates sort of just vanish from in front of you, and then you see rolling out of this fairly large kitchen comes a metal cart just on its own. It is covered in bar tools and wine and different drinks.
Guest. We are guest.
And it just rolls up to the table and gently nudges it.
Is it full of alcohol?
I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna look at the cart and I'm gonna be like, hey, we don't need that here. Thanks.
And it starts rolling backwards.
I'm going to reach
there we
over
go.
and try to grab a bottle as it rolls away.
Make a dexterity check.
Okay.
I shoot him.
6.
I'm joking.
Yeah, you go to reach and the cart does a quick little eep, and just disappears back into the kitchen.
Thank you. Okay, bye. I'm gonna go make some potions, you guys.
I'm going to start working on... Noah, what do you want your name to be?
For what?
For Konstanos.
How about Bobbert?
You got it.
By the way, Noah, when you say you're going to start working on potions, you see a glow start in the floor from right under your feet that lights up red, and then a line starts extending toward the door and down the hallway.
Oh,
That's cool.
that's cool.
I will. What is that?
It's a little
Ash's
rice
back
peg.
hurts.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a little
okay. I was
rice
trying to
peg.
figure out what it was. I was like, why do you keep rubbing this piece of flannel over you? Like, I'm very confused.
Ash's back hurts from carrying all of her character's trauma.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
she already deadlifts her own.
Oh my god. I will follow.
That is
not how you
not a
deadlift.
deadlift.
That is not how you
Go.
deadlift, but all right.
I don't give a shit what it is.
Anyway.
I will follow the line to
Okay.
the thing. Yeah.
Yep. Noah takes off. You follow it down the hall, back down to the main floor, and it takes you through a side door off the ballroom that leads you into a library that has this large study room attached to it that has less flammable shit in it. And you see in there are shelves lined with different glassware and different tools that you would need. No materials, but all the tools for chemistry, alchemy, anything, pretty much.
Okay. I'll go ahead and just make one. I think that's all I can do. I can make one regular potion.
Okay.
Foostrak is actually going to follow along with Noah.
Okay.
I'm going to hang out with Magda, Gwen, and Jasper, and I'm going to pull out my forgery kit, and I'm going to start working on identifications for people.
My 7th bottle of whiskey.
It's just the one bottle. It's one bottle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hanging out with Christmas, I guess.
Cool. Yeah, Jasper pulls out his little journal and starts drawing and writing in it. Gwen is just kind of sitting there glancing around, wondering what the fuck is happening. Because, a few weeks ago, she owned a brothel and was just kind of living life.
Fair.
But yeah, she sits back in her seat and she looks over at Christmas. She says, "So, since I assume Walter says that no one else can get in here. Do you think we'll have friends already waiting for us in Konstanos?
We know that there's a couple of members of the Obsidian Collective that are going to be there that have offered help for us.
Yes, that'll be Armin and Sonoring. But we may end up running into Leon as well if his fiance is going there.
Yeah.
But I'm more concerned about Sala.
She's already there, and I told her to lay low until we showed up. I wasn't planning on showing up for a little while longer, though.
Yeah. I'm worried about being back in that territory. What? I'm in the middle of a thing.
Go away, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cat just comes trouncing back in.
That's what
But
we did
yeah.
in another one of my campaigns, because like 4 of us had cats. So every
And then
time a
we-
cat showed up, we would just be like, that's the cat that exists in our campaign. His name was Cat.
Yeah.
But yeah, sitting back in her chair, she says, well, I'm sure you all can understand that I'm very nervous about Sala being anywhere near there. She's been missing for 4 or 5 years, and now we're just walking right back into the fire.
We're gonna try and do it as discreetly as possible.
I have learned that discreet doesn't work very well with this group.
Well, we're gonna try again until it works.
I mean, we're kind of an eclectic bunch, to say the least.
In what way?
Well, we've got you, for starters.
It was a
Mr.
joke. You don't actually have to go through and...
Well, I'm just saying, you're very theatrical.
Well, I'm gonna subdue it a little bit in Konstanos.
I'm also worried about Walter. From what he's told us, he and Tristan used to be very close. I'm worried that that's going to come back to bite us. That Walter's not going to be able to stand up to him.
He kind of does seem to go on whatever side he thinks is going to benefit at the moment. And if we start losing...
Don't you think it's kind of weird that a man like that looks up to Silas and Marin? It doesn't really seem like something that they would do.
Right, they all seem kind of like goody two-shoes, you know, and he's very much not. He's very morally grey. It is a little weird.
Taiylor, while I'm talking, I'm also working. And I'm gonna slide one of the identifications that I have made over to Magda. And it is like I don't know what sort of identification you need in Atlaran. I'm just basing it off of like the regular stuff that we would carry around. I'm just making it with new names because I can do that.
There isn't really a formalized like ID system, but in more like up with the times places in the world. Some people do have what are kind of like passports. They use them to basically, if you ever fly on an airship, you need one of these.
Okay.
Because they sort of track where you've gone. It's more of a thing of like if the airship goes down and they find you, they can figure out like where the airship came from, where other bodies might be, where it was headed,
Who
so
you
on and so
were.
forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
In that case, I'm just making very like general like identification, almost like supporting documents, basically, just to be like, if someone did ask you to confirm your identity, because we've played this far and no one's been like, show me your ID, so like.
Yeah, the only people who have like real like proof of who they are noble people, because they need to be able to prove who they are for security purposes. But yeah.
So I will pass over one of these to Magda, and it has the name Aurora Burke on it, Burke, Aurora, like Aurora Nightingale.
Yeah.
And then I hand 2 over to Gwyn. Or no, I'm sorry, I hand 1 over to Gwyn. And on one side it says it's actually not an ID. It just is a piece of paper, and on the top it says come up with one yourself, and then flip this. I'm trying to do this a little bit discreetly.
Okay. Yeah, she looks over at you, kind of confused. I'm not sure what you want from me here.
To flip it.
Okay, she flips it over.
Okay. It says, I'm starting to remember things.
Uh-oh.
What fake name did he give you? Mine's great. I look at Christmas and kind of just like, great, good job.
What's a good Scandinavian name?
Rose Nyland.
Pretty flirty.
Rose is not a...
Yeah.
While you're looking that up, Magda, just as a general rule, don't tell people who you are unless they ask for it. Don't tell lies unless you absolutely have to. It's
Who
kind
the
of.
fuck do you think I am? I don't
you're-
talk to anybody.
I know.
unless I
I'm
need
just
to.
saying. Some people, when they're trying to, be someone who they aren't, they get nervous and they make mistakes, and so I'm just letting you know. Just be yourself. All we're really gonna do is make you look a little different and give you this, so that people don't think that Magda Wrenly is just walking around in Konstanos.
Honestly, I'm not the one that we should be worrying about. I think the one we should be worrying about is Foostrak.
Oh, I'm doing this for Foostrak too.
I know, but he's also like a massive minotaur and is very friendly.
He also doesn't
Chatty.
walk into random towns and start fights with children.
That was one time. And it was not a random fight. I asked him for information and he was an asshole. And I didn't think he was a child.
Where did that put you?
Anyway, wow. Didn't Noah do just such a good job with the cakes?
What are you doing?
Wonderful.
What you want, boy? Come on. Down. Not today. Down.
So, what do you think is his deal with Silas and Marin?
I mean, I don't know.
What do you think?
It's alright. Not to go too, like, tinfoil hat or anything. But we were dealing with all the cult of the Eternal the whole time. And he was just mysteriously not present for any of that. Not saying that he is like a cultist or anything, but I wonder if maybe he might be a sympathizer or something.
We didn't ask him to come with us on that.
No, I understand.
We asked him to drop us on the doorstep of the Obsidian Collective, which he did, and then I assume
And
he
then he
went
just
about...
fucked off for like 2 days. Which I wonder where he was those 2 days, but
You can go ask him.
yeah, he'll definitely tell me. He's
A
very good
line
at that.
appears on the floor in yellow and extends out the door.
Oh god. I think I'll actually sit right here and not do that.
It fades.
Yeah. Alright.
I think that's a dangerous leap in logic, Magda.
I don't know what he's about. I don't know at all. You know, like, I like the Vaniers just as much as anybody else, but I'm not getting tattoos. And dangerous symbology tattoos as well. Do you know what those are about?
Do I know what those are about?
Which ones?
The hand tattoos?
Palms? Make a religion check.
I'm rolling so well today, guys. 9.
No fucking clue.
They let him do magic.
Well, Silas's were basically brands because he was in service to the Titan Wolfe. And once he got Keladir, they went away. So it's an interesting choice, I think, that he and his wife would get those specific tattoos.
Yeah, that's definitely weird.
This is why I listened back to all of this at 1.5 speed.
Just one pause.
I'm like on the verge of being able to understand double speed.
Why? Do you have some sort of... Is there anything you have inklings about? Any theories?
Taiylor, how much of a resemblance is there between Walter and the portrait of Silas that's on the wall?
That's a good question. Being that only one piece of art exists of either of them in my repertoire, there is an interesting resemblance.
It's not true.
Yeah, that is true.
No, there was a portrait back in Alistair's place of the whole collective.
No, in my repertoire. Real life. I've only ever done art of either of them once.
I thought you meant like in, yeah.
Silas is just like a side shot. There is a resemblance there. Walter, it depends on what stage of life you look at Silas in. Walter definitely looks older than he is, which does make him look like the slightly older portraits of Silas. Let me actually look at a thing real quick. Where is it? Oh my god, a sorting system. One thing that you would notice about Walter, and something that no longer exists with Silas, is that Walter has very pale blue eyes, which Silas used to have. But his eye color changed because of Keladir. So, I mean, the theories that he's related aren't unfounded. Dark hair, nice facial hair, blue eyes, Konstanian style, but that's more of an individual thing.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder if maybe people in houses like this like to hang up portraits of old family members. Not their boss's ancestors.
I mean, but why would he be secretive about that?
That's the question. He seems like a man that likes to keep a lot of things close to his chest. In fact, I won't even say he seems like. He is a man that likes to keep a lot of things close to his chest.
Yeah, I know, but like...
Look at the amount of responsibility and attention someone like Leon gets. Maybe Walter just wants to avoid that and pursue his own interests.
But would Leon even know about it?
They're pretty good friends, and Walter likes to lie to us.
I just don't know. Part of me has half a mind to go in there and ask him about all this, but I don't think that he would say anything.
Well, we could all be dead tomorrow, so might be the last chance you get.
I just... Is that going to benefit us right now?
It also might make another enemy that we don't want. Right now, our priority is Christine.
I mean, is that really going to upset him if we're like, hey, are you related to the Vaniers? It's not like we're going to go around telling everyone. It's not like it's our business.
We have a habit of getting into business that's not really supposed to be ours, though. So
yeah, well, we haven't really done anything to harm him at this point.
That's true.
So
I will leave it up to you. In the meantime, he's been very kind to us, so I will respect the man's business as his own. It sure is taking you a long time to come up with the name Gwen.
I've had one. You two were just talking. I think I'm going to go with Linnea.
Okay.
oh, that's nice.
Linnea Andersdotter.
I will finish the one that I've had ready for Gwen. Just fill out the name and hand it over.
Okay. Awful lot of silence in this session so far.
We're tired. It's been a long day in games.
It's been a long life. But yeah, as you guys are chatting, occasionally you'll see one of these phantoms go by and cleaning things up, and at one point you watch the table decorations disappear, and then a new set appear with fresh flowers and whatnot. Not to mention there's been a color shift where you've watched slowly around the room that like curtains and whatnot that were like reds and golds are fading into purples and grays, as if everything is turning to an evening color.
God, Gwen, you think I'm extra?
And she shrugs, says, I like the man's taste. It's not too much. You, on the other hand, you are too much.
Yeah. He had a weird color scheme going on.
The color scheme works, though. It's contrasting colors.
Yeah, also I've got basically every color that there is on me in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
I
lot.
don't really think about myself as someone that pursues magic, per se, but someday being able to do something like this, that'd be nice.
Sure is magnificent.
Oh my god.
In the corner, there's
Oh,
this
I
little
hate
monkey
you.
that plays drums and then just stares over at Magda. Like, but tss.
Okay, while we're sitting here, can I make a religion check to see if I can make if anything about Walter evokes Dolthair?
I thought you were about to ask me, is Walter a god?
No.
Because
Walter
Taiylor has history. Yeah, you can make a history or religion check, because in D&D gods are real and not,
they're the
false constructs.
Well, they're the same, so 16.
16? I mean, the marks on his hands, obviously there's no, photos of what Silas's hands used to look like when he had those markings. But one thing you do know is that when Silas had them, they were not tattoos. They didn't look anything like that. In fact, they sort of seemed, from descriptions that you've heard, they looked like they followed his skin, but they looked separate. Almost like if you put Vanta Black on skin, it doesn't look like skin anymore. But Walter's are very clearly tattoos. In fact, edges of them have faded because it's been 17 years-ish, and he uses his hands a lot. There's nothing religious in nature about them.
Okay. What is the general consensus about Dolthair since Silas,
Mm-hmm.
he wrote all these books about how, he was manipulative and horrible and everything like that? What's the general feel of him since then?
Well, another big thing of, with the emergence of the Lycari and the Obsidian Collective, all of the Titans came back that were missing. So opinions of the Titans have kind of gotten better over time, now that they're all back at their posts and doing their things, and Toldanast is not carrying everything. Dolthair has a generally not a fearsome reputation, but people try not to mess with him. Most people are of the general opinion, those who care. A lot of people just kind of leave Titan stuff out because they're like, it'll never affect me. They're just doing their own thing. General opinion of Dolthair is he gets shit done, but God help you, pun intended, if you get in the way.
Okay.
He is generally revered as good, but dangerous. And so people who work with him, because there will always be like warlocks, paladins, that kind of thing. People who work with him are of a similar mindset, and they're sort of anti-crowd, anti-people. They just do their own thing. And as long as they stay within the laws, everybody else is like, okay, whatever, do your thing. It's safer after you're gone because of what you've done, but I don't want to be here while you're here.
Gotcha.
It's like welcoming an exterminator into your house. You don't want to be in there while they're working, but you're really glad that they were there.
Right. So it isn't like everyone's like, wow, what a piece of shit. Like,
there is some negative stuff about him, but he has had this enduring like legacy of the greater good, and a lot of people are willing to accept sacrifices for the greater good, especially if those sacrifices are not near them. You know how people are.
Okay.
Not. Yes.
Took that all in. Processing. Continue.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. But in regards to Walter, like, the symbols are the same, but they're just tattoos.
There's nothing else, like, in this place that would indicate any...
There are, not for Delthair specifically, there are a couple pieces of art here and there that are related to, like, the Pantheon, because even though they're gods, they're an important part of history, and, like, you'll see references to the Demi-Weir in places. The rare sculpture that's around, you would see that one is, like, the symbol of the Sentinels, which is if I remember correctly, it is a sphere hovering in between a bunch of hoops in like a tube. But they just seem like decorations. There are sentinel symbols all over the world. It's not weird to see somebody have a piece of art related to them. They're very well liked. But yeah, nothing specifically with Delthair.
Okay.
Well, we're on the subject. And while I'm finishing these up for Noah and Foostrak, Gwen, how did I get my tattoos?
I actually don't know for most of them. You usually got them, occasionally you would run off on like a break, and then you would come back with new tattoos.
Interesting.
You never really talked much about it.
And how long have you known that I've been able to do magic?
Since I met you, I think.
Interesting.
The only thing I can think of is that you used to talk about, on some of the breaks, you would talk about meeting up with a mentor, but you never went into it.
He never mentioned a name or a gender or...
I do know it was a woman. And that's about it.
Gwen, I feel like I should probably get you up to speed on some things.
Yeah, I feel like you have some interesting secret stuff.
Not from these guys. Now look around at the rest of the crew that's still here. Ross?
Yeah.
Yeah, he recently reintroduced me to, Lady Veranestra Princess of the Fae?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, apparently, judging from what you've just said and from what I have learned, that is who taught me magic. And I
That would explain a lot of things.
have a bit of a connection with her.
Yeah.
Interesting. I need to ask her some questions. I need to reach out to Ross. Actually, I need to reach out to Ross about a couple of different things.
Yeah, I imagine Ross could answer a lot of questions, and he hasn't been. He's been off running around after this Callum.
Well, when I am not using my spells to fend off invasions of terrifying magical plants, I will find the time to communicate with him.
I would offer my help, but I know about that much magic.
Well, since Magda didn't leave to go talk to Walter, I guess I'm going to just bring this up in front of her. When I did the thing before we took on the Armatum, and I kind of, used magic to mess with our minds and make them work a little bit better, I started remembering things, Gwen. I remembered things about you, things about Mikael, things about Sala. Important
Like what?
things about Sala.
Like what?
A library
Yeah.
that I guess we used to sneak into, and yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. She was, you were sort of teaching each other a few different things. That was back before the whole actual relationship started. You two were, I don't know, I would say other than Tristan at the time and myself, you were probably Sala's best friend.
I also remember the moment where we stopped being friends.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when she told me about that.
Yep.
She was fucking terrified.
Moving on.
Meg is just sitting there like,
She taught me Elvish, and I couldn't speak it until yesterday. Actually, that's a lie. Jesus, this has been a long fucking day. I know how to speak Elvish again now. A whole language. Just like that.
You just remember. Alright.
Yep.
I suppose it is the Feywild. Anything could happen. You used to have a beautiful Wood Elven accent. You're very good at it. My northern accent has always bled through it.
I'll be honest with you, I'm terrified to speak it. I know the words are in my head, and I know I can read it, and I just don't. It's so weird.
Do you want some help with it?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna just...
Well,
if this is like really intimate, I can go away.
yeah, Jasper is just sitting there with his journal, just looking back and forth like,
Yeah. I'll just,
okay.
I'm just gonna.
You don't need to go
Go.
if you don't want to.
No.
This is-
Jasper just outright says, drawing room, and a pink line lights up on the floor and he scampers out.
Does he know that the drawing room isn't just necessarily where you draw stuff? I get the feeling he hasn't been in houses like this before.
Spare bedroom,
Okay.
I say.
An orange line lights up.
Gonna go that way.
It's okay, Gwen. We'll catch you up on everything later.
Okay, cool. Bye.
Sure. Yeah. But you follow the line to the opposite end of the house. But as you're going, you get into an area of the house that's a little more enclosed, a little dimmer, a little more peaceful. But as you go, you pass by the ballroom, and because the room is so huge and has these vaulted ceilings, you can hear a piano echoing from somewhere else.
Is Silas, Jesus Christ.
Maybe? Yeah, you can hear a piano echoing, not in the ballroom, but from another room, and then the ballroom is like sending the sound
And
everywhere.
I go follow it.
Well, thank you. No.
I knew that's what you were.
Yeah. No, yeah. Walter has some things to say.
Oh.
So as you turn away from the original path, the orange line disappears. But the further you go, you start to see a blue line light up that's actually leading you toward the source of the sound. But we'll do Christmas and Gwen first.
I'm basically just going to tell her everything that you sent me, that I remember.
Cool.
All of it.
Do you tell her about the memory that isn't yours?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. As you talk through these, and I assume you tell her the Veranestra stuff as well.
Yeah.
She seems very confused and interested about the Veranestra memories because she knows nothing about this side. As you tell her about the time that you spent with Veranestra and like the building the garden and this like palace of trees that she lived in, Gwen looks a little concerned. At points even like looking at you like you're fucking crazy. And then as you get to the memory about dedicating to Sala instead, Gwen sits back and she's like, that is an interesting choice, Chris. Why would you give that up?
You know, you've asked me a couple of times if I still love Sala.
Yeah.
I still don't know that I know the exact answer to that, but one of the few things that I sort of remember people saying when I was a child was, if you follow your heart, you're always going to be on the right path. And, well, I don't necessarily remember making the choice. It's the same choice that I'm making now when it comes to Sala. So, wherever this takes me, this is where I think I'm supposed to be.
I guess I don't get it. I mean, I can understand choosing Sala over anybody. I've been with her for most of our lives. But picking Sala and all that trouble over a literal archfey princess. It sounds like something a crazy person would do, Chris. Which suits you to a T.
Thank you.
I wonder if Sala knows about all of that. You two used to tell each other everything and leave me out, so...
Well, now I think you know something that she doesn't. At least not until tomorrow.
Well, I will tell you that if you walk up to her speaking her native language, she will cry. And she will love it. But that's up to you.
I probably will too. This is a little bit delayed, and it might be the second time I've said it, but thank you for saving me that day.
Which one?
I'm only going to say thank you once, and it's going to count for all of them, even the ones I don't remember.
Oh yeah, all the broken bones, all the tight scrapes with enemy gangs, all the times I had to carry you home. Set a lot of bones. Right. I would say that I would have done it for any of you, and for most of you, I did, but you were special to us. And you came along at a time where we really needed you.
I don't think I'm that special.
Shut up.
Speaking of not being special, because I'm the only person that's capable of doing this, I'm going to go give Noah and Foostrak their new identities, and then I'm going to go work on Mom. So, until next time.
Alright.
And I will go find Noah and Foostrak.
Okay. A maroon line lights up on the floor that matches Noah.
That is troublesome, Walter, but you know what? That's fine. As long as the one for Foostrak isn't brown, cool. I will follow the line to Noah.
The brown one's for the bathrooms.
Ew.
That's not... God damn it. But yeah, you are led to the what I will just refer to as the chemistry lab. Yeah, Magda. You head along this line. What?
Ben and I have been talking in the group chat, and I just read something from him. No, don't read it all.
Oh my god, there's so much.
Our crack theories
Holy
going on.
crap.
Yeah. I've been just like glancing over at it.
Yeah, it's just we're just theorizing while you guys are talking.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh.
Yeah,
I
that
saw the last one.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, but what if... Anyway.
No, you're the DM. He can't.
So I don't know what'll happen either. This is all improv. But yeah, you follow the blue line. I'm going to click away from that so it doesn't distract me. Follow the blue line, which takes you into a ground floor parlor that has windows, just basically a wall of glass that looks into this central like courtyard garden area. But inside, you see that the opposing walls on either side of the windows are covered in built-in shelves with books. There is a ring of like love seats surrounding a coffee table in the center, and there is a desk off to one side with a chair and like a typewriter, an auto writer as they're called. And you see that in one corner there is not a full-sized grand piano, but like a baby grand piano that is playing itself. And sitting at the desk, just tic-tacking away at this auto writer is Walter. And you see Charlie perched on the corner of the desk next to him, just watching as he works. You can see that he has changed clothes from whatever he has in his bag. At the moment, he is wearing just a dark button-up, dark trousers. He mostly wears dark clothes, like Magda. Some nice boots, but none of the usual, like, vest or jacket or whatever, and his sleeves are rolled up. And he appears to be writing in... What languages do you know?
Deep Speech and Infernal.
You don't know them. You don't know what he's writing in. But yeah, he's just tic-tacking away. As you open up the door, you hear the slide of the auto-writer as he stops and turns his head to look at you.
There's
Sorry.
too many things lining up.
I had the music, and so I was just like, oh, what's that about?
Well, it's a piano.
Yep, seeing that.
Come in.
Okay, I'll come in.
Yeah, and he pushes the auto-writer back a little bit, and he turns around in the chair and sort of motions for you to take a seat on one of the couches.
Sit. This is a nice place.
I designed it myself, thank you.
You must have taken a lot of work.
More memory. There are a few buildings wrapped up in this design. Most of them are in Konstanos.
Is this like a recreation of where you used to live?
Oh, good lord, no. I had no money back then. No, there are... Well, you can see he's actually kind of a little more relaxed now that he's in his space. His tone isn't quite so terse. He motions toward the door. He says, the ballroom is a recreation of the ballroom at the center of Mathline College. I change the design every so often. The balcony and the staircases are, I believe they're from the home Molinarch workshop. I spent a while there while I was still learning my job. The dining room is from the Guild of the Gate. It's their main dining room that the officers use. The garden is from a place called Arden in Harris, where I spent part of my childhood.
That's interesting.
What?
Nothing.
A person can be born in Arden 300 years later. Except he wasn't, but you know.
Hold on, I'm taking notes.
Yeah, and he sort of gestures to the parlor around him and says, this, however, this was my space in our old home before I sold it. The piano is an addition. I could never afford a piano back then. And also all of the furniture is nicer. And I have an
So you don't
auto-writer
know-
now.
You don't know how to play, then?
No.
Ah.
I wish I did, but I haven't had the time.
It's a house of a lot of nostalgia.
I suppose. I'm going to be honest, Miss Wrenly. I don't know how to talk to people.
Same.
I haven't exactly had a lot of practice in the past 13 years. I I'm trying to be a nice host. I feel like I'm failing.
I mean, I think the qualifications of a good host are giving you a place to sleep for the night, and that's about it. So, you're doing a good job in my eyes, I guess.
What did you come down here for?
It's a big house, so
Miss Wrenly, you have a very obvious tell that you really need to work on.
And what's that?
The facial expressions and it's no big deal and all of that. And that.
Sound like my dad when I was growing up.
Don't take him down to my level.
I'm just saying, like... Anyway.
What do you want to ask?
What were you doing the past couple of days?
Work.
So you were selling arms to people in town?
No, I'm not constantly selling weapons. I have...
What work?
And he motions toward the auto writer. He says, I have basically data keeping tasks that I work on. Organization, record keeping, letters, reaching out to potential new clients, cutting off old ones that I'm no longer allowed to work with, so on and so forth. Mostly correspondence.
Right.
And I spent a little bit of time with Leon, if you must know.
I get the feeling that you two are a lot closer than just an employer-employee.
We are friends.
How close of friends?
If you're insinuating something, it's not that.
No, not like that.
Alright.
I understand you have a great devotion to your late wife. I don't need to do any digging or anything like that to know that you care about her still. That's clear.
As I said earlier, Leon, I met him about 3 years after Amelia was killed. He was one of very few people that didn't immediately think I had gone mad because of my grief. He's one of the few people that didn't try to stop me and make me move on like everyone else wanted. He gave me a job. He gave me something to work toward. He gave me ideas, solutions. And he introduced me to a few people that, had things not gone wrong, would have been the ones to help me get her back.
You're not talking about who I think you're talking about.
I can't read your mind.
Sorry. So the people that you thought were going to help would solve, right? And
No. Tristan introduced me to Sov when I was younger, before I even knew Amelia.
Correct. Yeah.
No, Lady Caladir, Lady Roan, and he also managed to get the High Elder Druid to turn her attention to me, but it ended up being for nothing. Not that High Elder Druid.
Too bad you didn't pick the super high, powerful Elder Druid of the Ages.
He has no...
Of the ages now, okay.
Yeah.
Rhea is older than him.
Nope.
Anyway.
Not real.
She's not the super high elder druid.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And you'd never met him before.
Leon?
Yeah.
No. I'm sure I must have seen him in passing at Mathine College. Lady Leandra was a frequent supporter of the college, so he was there occasionally. But I never knew him.
It must have been exciting. You know how much you revere the Vaniers.
I feel like you suspect me of something.
I'm...
There's another tell.
Yeah.
You really do have the tells of a teenager.
I feel like Ash plays her character like she doesn't realize her charisma score is 8.
I know.
No, she plays it like her charisma score is 8.
My charisma score is 9, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Close
I'm
enough.
sorry.
Same modifier.
All right, we're gonna be honest. It's a little much. All of it.
A little bit funny.
And so that's kind of why I'm wondering. What's the real reason?
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, what the fuck?
That was
dude?
Harris.
That's the sound of
Was
a
that a
minotaur
burp, or was
snoring
that
in the
just
next
like
room.
That was a bird.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay.
Sorry. I can't. Walter, I'm not the kind of person who... I'm not the kind of person who beats around the bush. I just want to know what you're about. And the fact that you are so secretive only makes me more suspicious.
I think I've made it very clear what I'm about.
So you and Amelia, how did you meet? You met at college?
Yes, she, and you see him kind of glance around, like, this is the look of a man, like, he's not looking for help, but he's like, it's almost like he's looking for an escape route, but he stays. Says, she was minor noblewoman, a daughter of a senior guild member. So she it was a foregone conclusion that she would end up in Mathine College. Her father was this highly influential Konstanian nobleman, whereas the only reason I got in was because my teacher, my master, I suppose you could say, died and left everything to me. I sold everything and went to college to earn a degree in conjuration. And Amelia was an upperclassman, not upperclassman, a year ahead. She was a year ahead of me, and I struggled at first, so she offered to be my tutor, and we shared a few dances at festivals, and for some reason, she didn't tell me to go away.
You bonded over your love of the Vaniers?
Much more than that, but the Dine family has connections to a few influential families and work with the Vaniers, the Royal House Moore, the Moore Niles. They're providing services, so they have a bit of a reputation with them. And she had always been a particular fan of Silas. And the reason she wanted to get into magic was she wanted to take part in runic magic. Being from Konstanos, it seemed so far removed from her, and she was so passionate about it, whereas I was from Harris, and from a community that's full of Geary and Dulmaric people. So we had plenty to talk about.
Where about in Harris?
You've probably never heard of it. It's a tiny harbor town called Arden.
Isn't that was in the stories too, wasn't it?
Yes. It's the it was the town that the Gaither almost wiped off the map.
That's it. I thought it sounded familiar.
Mm-hmm. The precursor to Squall, which is very, very fitting given his immense temper.
Is that apple tree still there?
As far as I know, almost every apple tree, fruit tree, whatnot that Kit planted is still around, if not its descendants. But yes, there is still a very large apple tree.
Oh, so that was nice.
Yes. It was... And you can see him get a little uncomfortable as he's saying this, and he says, it was honestly a bit of a strange comfort going to Konstanos and finding a matching tree there.
Yeah, I'm weirdly looking forward to that when we go.
It is quite impressive. And the statues are guarded constantly by a specialized regiment of the Pyvale Temple Guard. What?
Yeah, what are you?
What, man?
I don't trust any of this whatsoever.
Why?
What?
I just don't.
I told you in our epilogue stuff that there was basically a fountain guard, like in Lord of the Rings, except for,
Oh no, it's not that part. It's
tree.
just the fact that he finds a strange comfort in it, and he knows about all these places, and he's been everywhere that Kit and
You
Silas
guys are
and Marin went.
so suspicious.
Yeah.
Can't imagine why. You're like, hey, I'm gonna act sus as fuck, and then be annoyed when you think I'm suspicious.
The truth is, I can't blame you for being interested in all of that. So that was
Why?
kind of a special interest of mine when I was growing up too.
So,
My mum had they were like little picture books when I was growing up, and
I know exactly the ones you're talking about.
yeah, they were kind of the watered down version of all of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember, I don't know, I was fascinated with Marin and Silas specifically and how much they were in love. And then when I got older, I read the whole story, and obviously it wasn't perfect, but what is? But still, it was...
Well, it was a love story that managed to endure both of them being broken. Almost literally. I think I've always liked the story because of how unfailingly loyal they were to each other. And the rest of the collective, of course, but Silas broke himself in order to be better for Marin.
I don't really see it that way.
You'd be surprised the extremes you'll go to when you think that you could do better for the person you love most. I'm sure it wasn't entirely selfless, but you don't just piss off a god just because you're not comfortable anymore. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what the man's thinking, but
I guess I just don't see it as him breaking himself.
really.
I think he did himself a favor. I mean, you know me and my opinions on all those fuckheads who decide to make deals with us lesser mortals. I think it was incredibly brave for Silas to finally make a stand and say he was done with all of it. And then he found himself whole again with Keladir.
God, I envy him.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, at the very least, I I've learned from much of his work, especially in his later life. And unfortunately, I did not learn enough early enough to avoid a similar deal situation. But much of his work and his writing, his memoirs, have taught me finer points of runic magic, and it sounds so fucking cheesy to say, but loyalty.
Do you think he really would have broken the world for Marin, though?
Absolutely. I mean, if a man like me is willing to destroy himself to get the love of his life back, I have to imagine a much greater man would be able to do much more damage.
You look a bit like him. It's weird.
People have said that.
How often?
Most of my life, I suppose. What is your passive insight, by the way?
I don't know. Hold on. Insight 16.
Walter's nervous, which is not a common thing for him.
Sorry, I'm trying so hard not to smile like this whole time because I'm just like,
It's Silas!
I don't think it is him, but
No, it's not Silas. He's dead.
stop. Stop.
Just away.
Does that make you uncomfortable?
I prefer not to be compared to him. I think it's a disservice to him.
I think you sell yourself very short.
In you and your friend's words, I sell weapons to all sides and cause horrible things to happen. That was not Silas Vanier.
It was before,
It was what?
wasn't it? It was before, wasn't it? Before Killer Deer.
No. He was born into a position that made him out to be the villain, but it was really the arbiters. And yes, he did some awful things, but not to the scale that I have. I've sold weapons around the world.
And why do you do that?
Because it is a means to an end.
But here's the thing, Walter, you have money. You said so yourself, you sold everything that this rich asshole had.
He had nothing. He wasn't rich either. I spent that on college.
But you've also been working for years doing all of this, and you had enough money to try and resurrect your wife.
I did. 3 separate times. And I'm working on a 4th. Because something is going to work eventually.
I just have a feeling that there's more to what you're trying to do than just get money.
I don't understand why you need to dig so much for additional meaning. I've told you what I am trying to do. It is no more than that.
That's bullshit.
What else do you think I'm up to?
I don't know. Listen. I'm not doing this because I want to take you down or anything like that. Okay? Maybe at first, yeah. Because I thought you had something to do with my dad. I know that wasn't you now. But right now, I'm looking at someone who is frustratingly like me. And the only reason that I'm getting any sort of better is because fucking those idiots decided to poke and prod until I finally told them what my shit was. So I don't know. Maybe I just want to help you.
Why?
Because then it's proof that it can work. That you can go back and you can improve your fucking self and not be such an asshole after years of doing it.
Why do you care?
I don't know.
I'm not used to people being so fucking insistent on making things better for me. I don't understand it. I never have.
I didn't really understand it either. I'm still getting used to it. But guess what, Walter? I'm actually like just a modicum of happy.
I don't
I have
need...
a girlfriend. I have a girlfriend. I never thought that I was going to date ever again because someone hurt me that badly. Now I'm... And that's because people cared. I get it. I've been where you are. It's not the same, obviously, but I know what it's like to isolate. So maybe I'm just trying to pay it forward. I don't know.
You are so fucking frustrating.
Thanks. I've been told.
And you are so much like the people that I usually make friends with. You and Leon would get along very well. I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. But the only thing that I need is a solution. That's all. Things will fall into place once I figure out how to do this.
Why don't you want help?
It's not that I don't want help, it's that no one wants to help me do the things that need to be done in order to figure this puzzle out. Everyone thinks I'm out to destroy everything for the sake of one person. That's not the truth.
Then prove it. Tell me
What?
what you're trying to do, and I can help you.
You know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get Amelia back.
And how?
There is a theory that exists that the Awaz tree is Ursan's, fittingly enough, anchor to Atlaran. It is how all of the gods stay connected with their anchor trees. They cannot enter the world, but they can influence it through these connection points. And with Ursan, his sons, known as the Reapers, they have their own places across Frosthold because they are actually here. They're not sealed outside of the Demiware. They help him carry out his task as the god of death. They are ferrymen that take the dead to where they need to go. But the theory that I am working with is that the Awaz tree is a bridge. The gods can't use it, but others could, to pass through the Demiware. I imagine if the dead can leave, they can also come back. That's how resurrection has to work. But it's not working normally for Amelia, and I don't know why. So I'm going to use that bridge to bring her back personally.
So you just want to pass through the Awaz tree, you don't want to destroy it.
I don't want to destroy anything, but all of it is secondary. But in order to use the Awaz tree, there are 4 locations that I need to pass through first to gather materials and tools. They are at the origin of the Bow River, beneath the Blue Shore Tribe's lands, the Ansu's Henge, and the Uru's Henge.
Can you go through that again for me?
Yeah. The origin of the Bow River near Nauthiz. The beneath the Blue Shore lands near Turisas. The Ansu's Henge. And the Uru's Henge. It's also a great time to look at the postcards I sent you guys.
Sure
I'll have to
is.
look at that on break.
I'm definitely assuming I solved mine, right?
They're not puzzles.
So-
They're just little blurb.
So that's why you were at Blue Shore then.
Yes. I didn't want to hurt them. I didn't want to displace them. I just needed access, and they refused.
You started a lot of shit, Walter,
I know.
for one person.
For Amelia.
I understand that she was...
Do you?
You have to think about what happens when she comes back and she hears about what you've done. Is she going to be proud of that?
It's not about whether or not she's proud of me. It's not about whether or not she even wants to be with me.
But is that even in existence? Knowing that you're only there because of blood spilled by other people.
Amelia Dine was not supposed to die. She was supposed to go on to become someone great. She was supposed to go on and fulfill her dreams. She was supposed to be someone.
And what about all the people down in Frosthold and Blueshore?
They aren't Amelia.
So you're really going to look at Jasper and you're going to say, well, doesn't matter because he's not Amelia. Taiylor, we heard something about one of the Reapers
Yeah, Karth.
recently. He chased off some, like, Sav or something like that. I forget what it was.
He freed Lorcan from Sav originally.
Okay, yeah.
He's the one, you found out he's the one that dropped Lorcan
Yeah.
into your lap.
He's
He's the one that
right.
has a dragon arm.
Yeah. We're getting into some stuff to try and get Lorcan back. And we found out that he was originally dropped on our doorstep because of the Reaper Karth. If you stop all of this, we can connect you with him.
I have tried through 3 of the most powerful casters of resurrection healing magic to get her back. Why would a Reaper help? Why would someone whose entire job is death bring back someone?
Maybe if he thinks the same thing, if he thinks that her time was cut too short.
I don't care. We're mortals, we're ants.
You know I'm not wearing a mask anymore, right?
I assume because you can't see the desiccation anymore.
Why do you think that is? How fast that went away?
I don't know.
I spoke with the Titan Theron. They got rid of it for me.
One person, lucky you.
And what do you think Amelia is? One person, right? We're trying to help. Because we're trying to help them. Because Sav is a problem right now.
So what? You're saying that I should just drop everything and become some fairy tale hero in the hopes that my reward at the end is a fair maiden?
A fair maiden who might actually be able to look you in the eye, yeah.
It's not about me.
I guess if that's the way you're going to look at it, I can't make you care about yourself.
I don't care what she thinks of me. Because I love her. And she deserves better.
I'm pretty sure Silas Vanier thought the same thing. And then he went on to become one of the greatest people who ever lived.
Well, I'm not him. So, unfortunate for me.
Taiylor, what do I know about reincarnation?
Make a religion check.
Okay.
Also, we do need to go to break soon.
Yeah, I know. Ew. 22.
Reincarnation typically occurs, as far as you understand, when a god, lesser god, major immortal entity has something invested in a certain person. Reincarnation is not common, but the most common form that is recognized is the chosen of the gods being reincarnated. If they so choose. It is never forced, as far as you know.
All right. I'm going to stand up and I'm like, it's up to you. I can't make you give a shit about yourself. Can't make you give a shit about anyone else besides her.
Why do you care?
I already told you.
I don't understand. And he stands up too. Says, I am not someone you should give a damn about. In fact, if I were you, I would just go home now and leave all of this to the collective to figure out.
That sounds nice. But it's not gonna happen, so. It's interesting how you two got that tattoo specifically. Because that doesn't scream Silas Vanier to me. It screams Dolthair.
Has nothing to do with Dolthair.
I would like to make an insight check.
Sure. Okay.
That's a natty 20 for a 26.
Walter has nothing to do with Dolthair.
Fuck, I wish it were not 20! Damn it!
Well, because it's a natural 20, I'll give you a little something. That might be fun. He has nothing to do with Dolthair, himself. But you get the feeling that each time he said, I'm not Silas, I'm not as good as he was, I'm nothing compared to him. This isn't just a man, comparing himself to a hero or whatever. This is somebody who thinks they should have lived up to it.
Called that shit. I live inside Walter's fucking head.
Can you repeat that for me, please? Because I think I had a thought and I don't know if it's the right thought. Can you repeat what you said?
Okay. He's not comparing himself to a hero. He's comparing himself to someone he feels he should have lived up to the reputation of.
great grandfather.
No, I have a stupider idea, and I don't think it's right.
I love your stupid ideas. I love your stupid ideas because they're usually very wrong, but great.
I love that the theme of this entire campaign so far is memory loss.
Yeah.
And now we have a person standing here who looks just like Silas Moore.
I'm trying to think of the right question to ask.
Okay. What's your real name? No.
Yeah, like that's gonna.
Well, I mean, Walter Dine isn't his real name, technically.
Okay, here's a question.
Mm.
We know that he looks like Silas. Does he look at all like Marin?
That's a good freaking question. From what you've seen of her portraits, he has 0 elven features. He's a little more robust. He looks like a Moor.
Looks like a Moor.
He's also tall, like the Moors were. And he has blue eyes.
You said you grew up in Auden.
Yes.
You ever been to Mole's Rest?
A few times, yes.
What for?
Business.
So not when you were a kid?
Not that I can remember. I know, shut up.
Not that you can remember. I mean, we can.
Yeah, why don't you think about this? Think about your questions, and we'll jump on break.
I feel like we're on the cusp of it. I feel like I just need to find the right question to ask.
And we'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. See ya!
We back, bitches.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
All right. So, Walter and Magda are talking. Foostrak, you followed after Noah an hour ago.
Mhm.
What'd you guys get up to? Yes, an hour ago.
So, Foostrak mostly wanted to talk to Noah.
I know.
I went to play with my chemistry set again. This time in a house that if it gets infected by Almatum, we can just shut it off.
It's not that easy.
Please don't do that to Walter's mansion.
Bye, kitty.
Hey, Noah, you got a minute?
Yeah. I'm just like mixing stuff, stirring a big cauldron.
How you been doing?
In what regard?
Warmest.
Well, frankly, I've been meaning to have this conversation with you for a little bit, but we keep getting sidetracked. Is what it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
You've been pretty angry about Chris.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm kind of familiar with that look in a person's eyes. Just from, my background and everything.
Dude, you are roboting so hard right now.
I love it.
I don't even know why. What the hell?
Just keep going.
What the hell?
Oh my
I
God.
literally restarted my browser before
Just
we
keep
started
going.
streaming.
Just keep going. It's still understandable. It's fine.
Without knowing how to focus that rage, it's sometimes kind of I think that you probably kind of figured it out yesterday. It can be a little dangerous.
You mean this morning?
That was today.
Jesus Christ, it's been a long day. You are right. I just want you to know I get it. If you ever want to, if you ever need to talk about it, I'm here. Or if you ever kind of want to know a little bit more about how to channel that, I could probably give you some pointers.
You're not... It seems like all of you are taking time to ask me how things are going. But none of us are really doing anything about,
No, not yet.
Well, I mean, it seems like we are now, but first of all, I am sorry about the Almatum. That was an accident. Didn't know. Yeah. But besides that, I'm almost glad it happened because it seems like people are taking my needs seriously again instead of getting sidetracked by a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Honestly, I was obviously not as much as you, but I was pretty upset when Chris was taken too. She's a very sweet lady. I maybe could have voiced that opinion a little bit more. But Also been a little scared going down there.
Yeah. I can agree
It's
with
kind of
that.
like walking into a lion's den, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's not gonna be good. Although the train made it seem pretty easy to like they only hire stupid people is kind of what it feels like.
I mean, makes them easier to wrangle up and everything.
Mm-hmm. You know, they oh yeah. You know, I really thought that I was just gonna make potions and like travel around and pick plants and stuff. I really did not expect all this stuff to happen.
I mean, you're having fun though.
I am concerned about the amount of fun I'm having when I'm blowing people up.
Yeah, that's probably not the worst thing to be worried about.
Yeah. I'm also, as much as we need to go get my ma, I kind of really want to go back to Frosthold because there's some things going on there that are very interesting.
Yeah, Frosthold's a bit of a clusterfuck right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's the other thing too. Like, what are we doing after this? Are we just going to get caught up in a war, or like I came to the collective for help, not to help them. That's kind of their job, is to help people. They're not supposed to need help, I guess.
Oh, we all need help from time to time.
Yeah, but there's like 17 of them. Can't they ask one of the others?
That's a fair point. They're also extraordinarily powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should definitely have a chat about that, about plans after saving Chris. Figure out exactly what to do.
Yeah. There's, yeah. I don't know. Everything seems like it's falling apart right now, and I think I might have been happier when I didn't know that everything was falling apart. Mm-hmm.
Topical.
Yeah, right? I didn't even mean to be topical, but yes.
Hey, what's that the people say? Ignorance is bliss?
Yeah. I mean, unless it's one of those things where you're like, what's this clear liquid in this vial? I better taste it. Like, that's not necessarily bliss, but...
I don't think that you're one of those people that's meant to be like that, though. You got a crazy good brain on you. You could solve a lot of problems.
There. Mm-hmm. I'm finding a lot of problems can be solved with dynamite.
I mean, you're not wrong. There are plenty of problems out there that can, in fact, be solved with dynamite. I don't know. You got a good head on your shoulders, and you're a good person. I just wanted to make sure that I did my checking in on you, because you've been kind of going through the shit lately.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll make it. No questions if something ends up happening in Konstanos. Or no promises, I should say. No promises.
If it gets your mom back, it gets your mom back.
Yeah. And if it doesn't, just steer clear.
Steer, because horns.
Okay.
Enter Christmas.
Hello, Christmas. We can't hear you, Koop.
Oh, Chris, did you cast silence on yourself?
Rewind like 2 minutes.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure people weren't hearing me chew. Rewind like 2 minutes. Christmas is like in his room, like in front of a mirror. He's currently like putting on a fake beard. That's like salt and pepper, like a dark brown with like patches of gray and white. And then there's just like a, oh shit. And then he's gonna come to your guys where you are, still with the fake beard. Everything else is still his regular like gingery hair, but he just has this like salt and pepper beard underneath that. Knocks on the door. Hey, I need the both of you now.
Okay.
I just realized something really, really important.
Is it that your beard's the wrong color?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of something. We know something about Walter that I don't. He might know as well, but if he doesn't, it could go a very long way towards us building some significant trust between us and him. And I think learning something specific about him as well may help us fill in some of the blanks that we're missing. But I do not want to poke this bear without backup, so I need the two of you to come with me right now.
Bear poking.
Do you want to tell the rest of the class?
Walter's mentor was killed.
Yeah.
By Tristan.
Yeah.
Oh, I just assumed Walter killed him.
I don't know if he does.
Nathan mentioned that.
He did. As far as we know, Walter doesn't know that. Because what kind of man spends time working with Tristan Kepler if he killed someone close to you? And also, Nathan mentioned that Walter didn't find out about it. I don't know if he does, but I mean, as far as Nathan knows, Walter doesn't.
Yeah, Walter could be a pretty important piece to have more on our side.
And Tristan did what he did, I believe, to get Walter to go to Marathon College, which is where Tristan was going to school.
Does that mean that Amelia had something to do with Tristan too?
I have no idea. But we can go find out.
Walter has told you guys, and Nathan has confirmed that Walter, Amelia, and Tristan were friends.
Yep.
All right, magic floor, take us to Walter.
Blue line just appears.
Man, I want to ask the floor what I said earlier in chat, but there's no reason for Noah to ask. There's no reason for Noah to ask.
Do it.
I know. I thought Magda would, but
it leads you to a blank brick wall.
That's the thing is like I don't
Or a
think
coffin in the basement.
We're coming up with that question as D&D players, not as the actual characters.
Right.
So it doesn't
that was kind of why, like, Koop was saying, like, why doesn't Magda just ask the question? And I'm like, because I don't think she's had the thought yet.
There's a difference between he's Silas Vanier and he's related to Silas. Like, that's...
Right.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think with Magda, it's not even,
We'll follow the blue line.
Yeah. You guys head down to the ballroom as the blue line leads you along, and you do hear Walter and Magda talking. He doesn't sound angry per se, but he sounds. You can't make out what he's saying, but he sounds frustrated.
Okay.
Oh, Magda's definitely in this room.
Oh, wonderful. As we walk in, are they both sitting down currently?
No, they're both standing.
I stood,
They're screaming at each other.
Not
talking.
Not to interrupt whatever this is, but we need to interrupt whatever this is.
God, what?
Joy.
Hi, everybody.
Walter, you might want to sit down.
He stays standing there,
No.
staring at you.
I'm being dead serious. You might want to sit down.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I have something.
I didn't follow the brown line. It's fine.
I have something that I need to tell you.
Then fucking say it.
Do you know what happened to your mentor at Mathon College?
It wasn't at.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know what
It was
happened to your
before.
mentor that died, whose wealth you sold to go to Mathon College?
What do you mean?
He doesn't know.
He passed away.
Well, shit. Yeah. Walter, I say this as a friend. Please sit. I know that I would want to if I was about to learn what I'm about to tell you.
Make a persuasion.
Oh no, that skill I'm really bad at.
I mean,
I shouldn't say that with the way that I've been rolling today.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. 21.
Nice.
Hey.
Yeah. As you level this sort of genuine suggestion at him, he stares at you for a second. And he glances at Noah, Magda, and Foostrak, and he takes a seat back at his desk.
I'm going to tell you two very important things. One of them is to build trust with you, so that you know something about us that's just as important as what I'm about to tell you. Last night, we met Nathan Kepler. You probably surmised that already because Magda let that slip a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Ash did, but sure.
It's canon.
Who was your mentor? And how important were they to you?
I hated him with every fiber of my being. He was awful.
What was his name?
Uh,
Oh, so it wasn't important. Okay.
no, I didn't think you guys would think he was important. I
Oh.
got
Philip Badonkadonk.
Philip is a good name. Yeah, let's go Philip.
Okay.
Philip
It's good
Moore.
in Victoria.
Just kidding.
No. No. He was a carpenter who needed an apprentice, and my parents decided that it was a good fit and a way for me to have a better chance at a good life.
Gotcha. So no love lost between the two of you when he passed.
No.
Well, then you might find it very interesting that the reason why he is dead is because Tristan Kepler killed him.
That's not right. You're mistaken.
Nathan told us.
Nathan is mistaken.
Then
What
would you
reason
like
would
to?
he have to lie?
Yeah, and would you care to enlighten us?
I am willing to trust that he has become a monster, especially after what Mr. Fortunemær has shared with me. But that's not always who he was. He was like my brother. He's the reason I survived 9 years with that man. He's the reason that I got to anywhere.
Including
He's the
Mathon
reason.
College.
Isn't that interesting?
Are you gonna sit here and say that you wouldn't kill for family?
Yeah, also...
Even though all of us here have?
And Walter, you're far more intelligent than this, so you either know something that we don't, or you're blinded by your feelings for Tristan.
I'm willing to fight him. But you have to understand that from the age of 9 to not that long ago, he has been family to me. He has pulled me out of every possible horrific end with moments to spare. He's supported me through everything. He is the only person who has done that.
If there was no love lost between you and Philip, then the feelings were probably mutual. He didn't like you as much as you didn't like him. Why would he leave you everything?
He didn't, Foostrak. Tristan Kepler forged a will.
That was the point that I was trying to make, Chris.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I know that we all just assume Foostrak is just a box of rocks.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have an 8 intelligence.
Yeah, he does have an 8 intelligence.
Not a bad assumption.
Yeah.
He... I don't know. You all are just set on ripping everything apart, aren't you?
No. Tristan Kepler is ripping everything apart. We're trying to put it back together. Even the parts that we had a hand in ripping apart originally.
I always thought it was Orson who convinced Philip to change his will. That was what Tristan said. What do you all want from me?
I'm going to be honest with you, Walter. I didn't tell you that because I wanted anything from you. I just told you that because I'm trying to set some things right in the world that my old boss ruined. You do with that information what you want.
Nothing that's happening here is right. And telling me that basically my elder brother cut a bloody swath through Konstanos for my sake certainly doesn't make anything better.
I don't think it was for your sake. I think it was for his.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. How did you two meet?
College.
I was 9 years old when I was sent to Konstanos, like I said, for the opportunity to learn a trade and have a better life in a richer city. Arden it's hard to get by there. I never got enough to eat, so in my spare time, I stole things. And Tristan caught me at it before the shopkeepers did. And he offered me a chance to do something more lucrative, more worthwhile, and he introduced me to his little smuggling business that he had put together as a teenager, back before he dealt in residuum. And because of that, I didn't starve to death. And then later on, he introduced me to Orson and the Gamblers, or the start of the Gamblers, and they accepted me without question, because they trusted him. And then he got into Mathine College, and he helped me get in, when normally I wouldn't have been able to. Not without letters of recommendation or high marks in school, which I never completed school, for that matter.
It's very interesting.
He's the reason anything ever went right.
And Christmas, do we know when Tristan met Sav?
Yep. When he was really young, Orson introduced him to Sav, but
Not
basically told him...
Tristan was 5 years old, and Orson did not introduce him. Orson and his group met Tristan, and then Sav came to them all.
Right, they didn't let him make a deal with Sav, though.
Right.
Gotcha.
Nathan would have told you that Tristan made the deal
15.
when he was 15, which would have been around the same time that he met Walter.
Walter
was 9.
Really?
Sav wanted... Oh, God. Are you related to Silas Moore?
Right, we're just asking that question.
Yes, because Sav wants Walter for something.
When you ask him
did.
that, there is not the shock that you would expect of most people. There is nervousness. And you see him kind of pull back a little bit, almost to like near a Magda tell, but much less like prevalent. But you see him realize that the tell happened, and he doesn't say a word.
So that's a yes.
I don't know for sure.
Sav does. The only time he's ended up with someone who's not, well, it's been Magda, and that was an accident, so far as we can tell.
In the last few years, this is more Leon's thing. He's been looking into it. I don't know much about it. He said I looked like the Queen of Moore's Rest. And he said that years ago, a member of the Moore royal family went missing.
Who do you look most like, your mom or your dad?
I guess my mother.
What's her name?
Her name, I actually have it. Joanna. My parents are Joanna and Stephen Brent.
I guess I don't think I would know that. Do we know?
I'm pretty familiar with important people in this world.
You were.
Does that sound familiar to me at all?
Make a history check with advantage.
I'd like to make the same roll if I can for the same reason.
Go for it.
Ooh. Okay. Where's my thing? With advantage, you said history?
I can't
Yep.
roll for dick.
23.
18.
Neither of you have ever heard of Joanna and Stephen Brent.
Do we know the name of the queen in Morse?
Current Queen of Morse?
Or who went missing?
Yeah, who went missing? That's what.
Yeah.
With those history checks, you would know. It was a very young boy named Gabriel.
When was that?
That was in 470.
Timeline. I there's a disconnect there because
Yeah.
they talked about the queen.
Yep.
Was this like her child that went missing then?
This would have been. Oh God, let me grab.
Because the way that the way that I had interpreted it was there was this queen that went missing. That's what I had. Okay.
It would probably be her like brother or something.
It was just Gabriel, and it is the current queen's nephew.
Hmm.
Her name is Diana.
How old was he when he went missing?
4.
And how old is Walter?
36.
Almost 36. He was born in 466.
Okay.
That lines up way too much.
It lines up exactly.
Yeah, I think Leon's already put that together.
He was kidnapped.
But why?
That's a good question.
Do you have any like memories of people before your parents?
Don't really have many memories from childhood.
I cast Identify on Walter, didn't I?
Yeah.
Did I pick up a memory spell?
Nope.
Okay.
You don't remember much between the ages of 1 and 4.
I mean, that's fair, but some people claim that they
I have
do. So,
some memory. Like I have memories from when I was like 3 or 4.
0 from that time. I don't have any until I'm like 6 or 7.
Wow.
Jesus. All right. Yeah. Walter shakes his head. He says, I have bits and pieces, but nothing really. My parents worked a lot. We weren't exactly wealthy, so what little I do remember was mostly by myself.
Do I have any knowledge of something that makes the royal family stick out? Do they have like a unique feature, whether magical or something else?
Holding your previous history check, the Moore royal family is directly descended from Justine. Justine was one of very few blondes. The family is mostly black hair.
I thought she had black hair, but she dyed it blonde.
You're correct. Yes, she dyed it. Sorry, she bleached it. Black hair is a more thing. And blue eyes. That's something that's held out through basically since the first Silas and his grandfather, Avery Ron. Other than that, the only thing that's not like a physical trait that tends to run in the family is there is this inherent magical talent in the family. Where almost every single member of the Royal House Moore and House Niall as well, being their cousins, almost every single one of them is very apt with runic magic. And many of them have runic spellbooks tattooed on their arms like Silas did. It's sort of a family tradition.
Can I... noticing the runes on his arms, can I turn to the house and just be like, can you, because...
I get where you're getting at.
Can you take me to the scroll of Silas Moore?
Scroll of Silas?
Yeah, the tattoo scroll.
The one that got stolen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No light appears.
Okay.
Yeah, and Silas. Walter looks at you. He's like, "You think I stole it?"
I mean, I thought maybe it was going to be something to make your magic stronger. You're pretty powerful.
No, there are many recreations of the designs around the world. The scroll is just a special item, I guess. I've always been suspicious. And Leon was the first one to take it seriously. I don't do all of this to pretend I'm a Moor. I use these because the Moors have perfected it over time.
But yet you can do it.
Anyone can if they work hard enough at it.
Would you ever suspect your parents of kidnapping you?
I wouldn't suspect them of anything more than lazing around and drinking after work.
Right. Did they ever tell you? I mean, did they just say that you were the biological child then? They never told you that someone came and dropped you off or anything like that?
Never had a reason to question it.
And I'm assuming they're dead now.
Yes. Fittingly enough, they died in a hurricane.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
In Arden?
Yep.
Another hurricane?
Yeah.
I mean, it's an island. That happens.
The Green Hall Sea is a good place for hurricanes to start.
That's true. The perma hurricane is there. The permacane.
It's the hurricane wall.
Yeah, the permacane.
Wait till you guys visit Third Greer. There's Hurricane Bay, or Hurricane Sea. Yeah.
So, This is kind of a weird question for the DM. Is there any way to prove that he'd be related to them? Like, do they have like
DNA
a
test?
special stone that glows only around the royals, or like, I don't know, something stupid?
Actually, there may be divination 5e because I can think of one.
That's true. There could be spells.
Think of one that may work.
I cast DNA test.
Yeah.
I cast Mori.
Mori. But it's spelled M-O-R.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh.
It is possible that not because it's a DNA test, but because of the bloodline, legend lore might do it. I kind of play fast and loose with legend lore because I think it's a really fantastic spell. That could potentially work.
Walter,
Fifth level.
Or you could ask a god.
Yeah.
Someone might know.
That's weirdly more accessible than this spell.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee that they'd know, but Dulthair might.
Walter,
Keladir might know more. I don't know.
I can't help but think. I'm sorry about all this. We don't mean to. This is such an invasion of your privacy, but everything we learn about Salve helps. What do you remember about Amelia dying?
Just so happens I wrote that. One sec. Walter.
This is starting to feel very like Alistair and Wedna, but like in the worst way possible. They're like the lazy version of Alistair and Wedna.
Oh, yeah.
What, Joanna and Stefan?
Yeah, they're just like, so we got this kid, but like, we didn't really want to fucking do this, so go be a carpenter, you asshole. Oh my god, he's Jesus.
No.
Philip Christ.
Yes.
Yep, Philip Christ. Oh my god, how did he die? Did someone crucify him?
Yeah.
No, Tristan crucified him. We know who it was.
Walter will tell you. We got jobs with the Guild of the Gate directly out of college, being that we were high up in our class. Amelia was valedictorian. And we started out as a junior chaser and a junior archivist doing field missions. On our third mission out, we went into the Feywild to a place called Barago, a newer village, and we were investigating some caves, logging what we found. It was part of a bigger project to catalog the flora and fauna of the Feywild. It wasn't supposed to be dangerous. But while we were there, we happened upon a party of Fomorians, giant kin that hate the Fey, and they think the Feywild should belong to them. We had no choice but to fight. They trapped us. And Amelia and I were probably evenly matched with our mentors, but there were too many of them.
Oh my god, Fomorians did this.
Here we go.
That's what you just said, right? I'm not hearing things. You said the Fomorians did that, correct?
The Fomorians, yeah. Why, do you remember a thing? He's gonna freak out for a second. But he explains that a Fomorian leader of some kind, he offered us freedom and our lives if we would teach him how to activate the realm gate and how to set its destination. Amelia wouldn't believe it for a moment. She was half Eladrin. You hardly tell to look at her, but her mother was killed by Fomorians when she was younger. And so it wasn't really a surprise that she refused to give them anything. And this leader incinerated her. And you can see, like, his entire body tensing up. He says, I was one of a handful to survive long enough for the Guild of the Gate to rescue us.
House? Please bring us some drinks, please.
Okay.
I don't know if that'll work or not, but,
After a moment, you hear clunk against the door, and then the door opens, and the little bar cart rolls in.
Oh, it's back.
I'm gonna pour something out for Walter. And I'll offer it to him.
He takes it, but he just kind of stares at it. He says, it took upwards of a year for me to be physically rehabilitated, even with magic. And ever since then, I've been trying to get her back.
It's just gonna get worse.
Great.
I don't know how long they'd been working together. But I do know that at the time that the Jade Street Crows started separating, Tristan was working with Fomorians. He intended to give Sala to them.
The glass in his hand shatters. He would have given her up to them. After all he knew, what happened? He would have given up his own wife to them.
I'm beginning to believe that Tristan Kepler would do just about anything for Sav.
Everyone wants to keep reminding me, not everyone, but the people that know, keep telling me that there was a time when Tristan was not like this. And I believe that there was a time where he wasn't as dangerous and bloodthirsty and cruel as he is now. But I also feel like the people saying that never really knew what he was like in the first place.
He was my fucking brother. I knew him better than anyone else, including his own little brother.
That's what he wanted you to think.
You know the stories of Silas more. Silas Vanier. He was a child, and he was introduced to a manipulator.
So, everything's just a lie, then. My parents, my brother, my friends, everyone. Everything.
Not everything.
You still have Amelia.
Everything that you had with Amelia was real.
What good that's doing me now?
I also... Oh, God.
What?
Oh boy, you too?
Did Tristan... How much of a hand did Tristan have in introducing you and Amelia to each other?
As far as I know, I introduced him to her.
Well, he did get you into Mathine College. I'm starting to believe that Sav needed a more on his side for some reason.
So you think Tristan has been grooming me all this time?
Yes. Yeah.
It's what he does. You know that as well as anyone. He finds people that need things, and he gives them the things that they need so that he can use them.
Christmas. Tristan was a child when Sav got a hold of him too. It leads back to Sav. He was grooming all of them. Since the beginning. Broken people that he knew that he could use. Because that's what he does. He finds the most broken person and uses them like a tool.
Maybe it's about time that we did some breaking then.
What do you expect to do?
I mean, any wrenches that we can throw into the plans.
Yes, Koop.
Question for the DM.
Mm-hmm.
Would I know from family tree stuff if Walter is only descended from Silas, or if he is also descended from Aaron?
He's from Justine's
Justine.
side.
Yeah, so
Which
Okay.
is his, oh, you don't know. It's his
I don't know.
half-sister.
Okay, gotcha. So there's
Yeah.
no Vanier relationship then.
So, there's actually technically no more relationship either.
yeah, technically.
Justine was Cynthia's daughter with another man
Gotcha.
while she was married to Silas Moore II.
Never mind. I won't throw that monkey wrench into the campaign. Here, take your birthright, the Ace of Spades, and go kill the man that
Yeah.
killed your wife. Yeah,
I think that would be more suited to Leon, but
Yep.
yeah.
Didn't Walter tell us that he had met Caladir at one point and asked her to bring Amelia
Yeah.
back?
Yeah, and she
That's
failed.
why he's... Yeah.
Oh, she failed, but
Yep.
she's met him.
Yep.
So if he's related to Silas, she would know.
Technically. Yeah. So the reason Silas looks the way he does is a mix of his dad and Cynthia. Walter would look a lot more like Cynthia, technically.
Mhm.
But because he's technically not a Moore by blood, even if Caladir could tell a Moore at a glance, she wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Because the royal house Moore is separate from House Niall, which has the direct Moore blood. separate from House Vanier, which has the Moore bloodline. House Niall is a split off from the royal house Moore. Bloodlines, family trees, it's all so confusing.
It is.
Yay.
So, basically, the Vaniers are Silas's, the Moores are Justine's.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. Actually, no, with that logic, because Roan is from Justine. Interesting. I'm gonna have to ponder that one if Kaladir knows.
I wonder if there is some reason then that because you're related to the Moors, ostensibly related to Silas Vanier, if that's why Sov wants you to be the one to try and get through the Awaz tree. If you're connected somehow to death.
The collective did tell us that Sov never does anything without a huge amount of planning. He waited thousands of years for Alarka to go away just to do his plan, and then waited 300 years more on top of that.
So you think from the very beginning, Sov has had his eye on me?
Yes.
I think he's been waiting for the opportune moment to take someone from your family, and it just happened to be you.
And do you think my parents did that for him?
Maybe, or maybe they just found you.
I mean, we already kind of established they're probably not your parents, so...
Well, also...
it's more than biology.
Taiylor, I have a question that is just for my brain to think about this kind of thing. I'm not going to bring it up. Do I know what college Isaac was from?
Oh, your mentor? As in like actual college in the world or School of Magic?
Actual college in the world. I'm very curious if it is Mathine College.
Probably.
Okay. That's all.
How old is Isaac?
I don't know.
Where was Calum going to school?
Callum.
Calum.
Callum went
Caleb.
He was up in Rhyme, so it's completely different place.
Oh, okay.
Previously we called it Annika Academy, but it's Amira Academy.
Why did we change that? Because I remember you changed it in the
Because
book
there's a
too.
character named Annika who is Kennebec Ambrose's family
Oh,
member.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
Yep. Also, I've just decided over time names change, so fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Walter, with shattered glass in his hand still, just sort of stares at the floor for a minute. And he glances up and around like he's looking for something, but there's nothing really in here. Says, I need to talk to Leon, to Orson.
I think we all should.
Did Tristan ever mention being related to anyone?
Are you asking this in or out of character?
In character.
I mean, the only person I know of was his parents. His father apparently killed his mother, and I believe his father's in prison to this day if he's not dead. His name is...
What's his name?
No, don't interrupt right then. Don't interrupt right there.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
His name is Anton Kepler.
Oh, we knew that.
We heard all this before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Nathan.
Okay, you can go. You can go ahead, Harris.
Why do I not believe that his dad killed his mother?
Because you don't
I
believe
kinda feel like-
that Tristan says.
I kind of feel like ever since he stopped shitting his pants, he's just been one of the most dangerous people to walk around this place.
Well, considering his father had a long history of assault, theft, over drinking, drugs, and so on and so forth, and had already possibly killed someone else, they could never prove it, it was sort of a foregone conclusion.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Tristan was practically newborn when she died.
All right, that was a bad theory, apparently.
Hold on. What? Because he tells Nathan basically everything. Well, maybe. Who knows? And Nathan told us a whole lot. But you just said Anton is probably still in prison.
I don't know.
But
Didn't we hear from Nathan what happened to Anton?
yeah, he got sent to prison. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Tristan doesn't leave loose ends. If Tristan's dad is still alive, why? I feel like if Tristan had killed his father, or if Tristan's father was even dead, Nathan would know. But he failed to mention that. Walter, do
Maybe
you
he's
know where
sentimental.
his father would be kept?
I would assume the prison outside of Konstanos. Or, sorry, no, not Konstanos, Sotiri.
Well, maybe we have a field trip for after we save Chris, then.
Where's Sotiri?
Sotiri is also in Garrett Eldathos. It's a little
Oh.
southwest of Konstanos, I believe. Man, you guys are just digging into it, Walter and Tristan.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's all connected.
Yeah, it's southwest of Konstanos, through the Feybelt grasses and the Kula Highlands. Sotiri would actually not be far from where Foostrak is from. Foostrak, his people come from... I believe his people come from the Winter Steppes.
His dad wouldn't happen to be a minotaur that's an enormous jackass, would he?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he absolutely is.
I'm talking about Tristan's dad, not
Oh,
Foostrak's. That was the joke.
God, that...
Foostrak and Tristan are brothers!
Yeah.
That wouldn't work, though, because
Plot
Tristan's
twist.
a lot older than Foostrak. Tristan's in his 40s.
Yeah. I'm not gonna dig anymore. I sat in that same chair a couple weeks ago. I know how exhausting it is to have your whole world split open in front of you. So I'm just gonna... No, I'll leave you with one more thing. Your love for Amelia is real. Hold on to it. It's important. If you follow that love, you're going to be in the right place all the time, doing the right thing.
I want to smile so bad.
The best.
Yeah, as you say that, he stares at you, trying to figure out what's the underlying thing you're trying to say here. But eventually he looks away and he says, I have a lot to consider. And regardless of what happens in Konstanos, I am not leaving that city until Tristan Kepler is dead.
House, show Walter to his bedroom, please. He needs to sleep.
Nothing happens.
All right. Well, House, show me to my bedroom. I'm very tired.
Pink line. Off into the distance.
It's my favorite color. How did you know?
Question for the DM again.
Answer from the DM.
Okay. So do the anchor trees, are they the reason that the Demiweir is still here? Or are they just a way for the gods to anchor themselves to the plane?
The anchor trees have been around since forever. I believe even before the Age of Frost, if I have my timeline correct. Basically they've been there since before people have existed. But once the Demiweir was raised at the end of the dissolution, the anchor trees were because they were used as sort of like, I hate to use the word throne, but the thrones of the gods, where you could go there to see them in person. Like Ursan, for example, people would bring the ashes of loved ones to him personally, and he would scatter them across Frosthold so that they would forever be sort of part of his kingdom, in a way. But once the gods left and the Titans stayed behind and the Reapers stayed behind, the anchor trees were so spiritually connected to the gods that they maintained influence over the world. The Gabriel shell tree, which is Hesperus's, his ended up being destroyed by Laska at one point because they believed that he had betrayed everybody and run like a coward during the dissolution, only thanks to the Obsidian Collective, specifically D, to teach the world that he didn't run away, he was captured and held. That one was destroyed for a time. But it has been replanted by Laska themselves, and so they're recultivating Hesperus's connection to the world. So until the tree is like back and full, his influence on the world is very weak.
Okay. And then we know that you can just kind of wander out of the Feywild. You don't necessarily need to go through the Demiweir. Or not the Demiweir, through the Realm Gate.
Yes and no. There are some areas in Caladros and Garad Eldathos especially, but there are technically places everywhere in the world where if you get lost, you could end up in the Feywild on accident. And same goes for the Feywild. If you wander there and get lost, you could somehow end up in Atlaran, because they are mirroring realms. They look exactly the same geographically. So if you go through the realm gate in Garad Eldathos, you will end up in Garad Eldathos's mirror in the Feywild near a city called Amadathelion, which is in roughly the same place as Skogerheim.
Okay.
Okay. DM question.
Yo.
Tristan and the Crows, they already had the means to travel between the Feywild and Atlaran before Amelia was killed, right?
Yes, they had, or...
489.
Let me check my timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amelia died in 489. Tristan met Sala and Gwyn in 488, and that was when they established their contacts in the Guild of the Gate. So yes, before she died.
Okay.
I have a very random question.
Yes.
What do I know about where What do I know about what my parents did before I came along?
You would know. I mean, both your parents are pretty much cobblers. Paige would have come from probably a tailor's family because the skill crosses over nicely. And Hector's pretty much been a cobbler his entire life. It's what his dad did. It's what his grandma did. Yeah. They both grew up in or near Vague, so not much is the answer.
There's nothing that would connect me to... Now that I'm...
So
because
suspicious.
Magda was the accident, remember?
Yeah. Because I really think Magda was the accident because Cal summoned Lorcan and accidentally got Sav.
Yeah.
But, like, why...
But you've proven yourself
Then why would
useful.
he leave me alive? Why would
You've
he...
proven yourself useful.
Once again, let me hammer home. He is the patient one.
Yep. Sav has shown us over and over that he never ever does his own dirty work.
I mean, yeah.
He knows we're going to pursue him, and if we remember last campaign, one of the reasons Alarka almost got through the Demiweir is because we went there.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like,
And he had a
wonder...
whole totem pole of people. I shouldn't
Yeah.
use that phrase. He had a whole hierarchy of people. Basically, he was pawning all his shit off to. You guys didn't even know it was Ilarka for so long.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold
We
on.
thought it was just Olgar.
We've established. I'm trying to think what we know about Sav versus what I'm just inferring right now, which there might be some overlap there. Sav technically hasn't crossed the Demiweir into Atlaran.
No. As far as you know, no god can, nor can any major entity.
He just uses...
What about
Yeah.
into the Feywild? Because that...
I mean, it's just another plane.
Right, but that
But it is-
explains why Lorcan,
It is inside the Demiweir.
the
Is it?
Feywild is.
Yes, the three mirror planes, the Prime Material, the Feywild, and the Shadowfell are within the Demiweir. So are the elemental planes. The Astral Sea sits outside of all of those. This isn't completely accurate to normal D&D lore. This is Atlaran stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So all the elemental planes and the material planes sit inside. And then there's the sort of mesh, and then there's the astral sea, and then there are outer realms like Ursvalar and Volker that belong to the gods themselves.
Okay.
The only real like crossover point is the astral sea, because it is all of the elemental planes, all of the mirror planes have realm gates, and the astral sea has a realm gate, but the astral sea is very carefully, the Astral Sea's realm gate is very carefully kept with a sort of smaller Demiweir to make sure that, you know, you can't use that little loophole to get through. But because it's smaller, it's weaker, which is why Alarko was trying to use it. More.
If we're gonna quit at 3, we're probably gonna have to end very soon.
Yeah, I've literally been like staring at the clock this entire time. You can ask me more questions about the world afterward.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah. So yeah, let's wrap up there as you guys are all sitting and muddling over this new information, and Walter is having a massive identity crisis.
Yeah.
Even bigger than just, oh wait, I'm Gabriel Moore. Oh shit, the people that I've loved my entire life are evil.
Except
So-
maybe one
Still
of
the
them.
22nd, you guys.
It is still turned, well, it might be close to midnight. This day has been so long. The last 3 sessions have all either been in real time or slower than real time because of battle.
At this point, when you consider that we play for 4-hour sessions, the last 12 hours have basically been the day that transpired. So
this is an intense ass day. All right, let's run through this outro quickish. So no fucking around. Ash has to go get her glasses.
My glasses.
Thank you everybody so much for joining us for the Atlaran Adventuring Co. This one was a very dialogue heavy episode, but hopefully next time we'll get to explore Konstanos and have a little more exposition and see the amazing city and how it's changed in the last 300 years. You can find us on Twitter at AtlaranADVCo. You can also find our link tree here on screen or in the YouTube description or wherever you're watching or listening. Please check out our Redbubble by design. Get something cool, support the show. We are, I believe, I talked to you guys about this the weekend of March 19th. We may pre-record, but just a heads up, we may not. Then we are also working on a book version of Campaign 1, the Sleeper Campaign, which we're hoping to have out in June. So look forward to it. I'm so excited.
Or look backward to it.
So excited. I think that's pretty much it for the mainstream stuff. Ash, tell us about Perception Check.
Hey, peoples. I'm writing a book. It's called Perception Check. It's about D&D and being sad. I should stop saying that because that's not.
It's about complex interpersonal relationships in a fantasy world.
There we go. That.
Wow.
So that's coming out on March 24th. If you like D&D, if you like nerdy people.
Book is coming out on March 24th.
Sorry.
I was like, 24th. Oh my god.
Why did we push back the other one?
May 24th. God, I hope it's not coming out March 24th. No, May 24th. And pre-orders going up April 1st, but maybe sooner? Who can say? I can.
I've changed for the better. Sorry, Wicked.
Oh my god. It took a second.
Yeah. I may or may not get pre-orders up sooner than that because I decided to take a whole week off of work and I'm going to be basically just formatting the hell out of things, and I might just bite the bullet and just throw up pre-orders because I can. So, that's what's going on. So,
cool.
So look out for that.
Blake.
All right. Hi. I'm Blake R. Wolfe.
Hi.
You can find me at blakerwolfe.com, BlakeRWolfe. I also on socials under that name. I write fantasy books too. I wrote The Crystalline Chronicles, which this is book 1, but the whole thing is done. There's 5 of them. It's like D&D-ish, but I don't know, more emotional. And then I wrote Exordium. This is book 1 of it. This is the hardcover.
Ooh, you got hardcover.
Yeah. So this one is that's the old cover. This one, look at this freshly illustrated cover. Oh, it's so beautiful. Anyway, this is a new series that I'm working on. Book 2 is coming out on March 10th, Arbitrium. And that one's going to be really pretty. And I just named the third book. The third book is called Profundum.
I love these names.
I know. It's all going to be Latin for all of them. And then I'm also working on this series, The Grimoire of Kings.
I'll have that one.
I'm currently writing book 2 of this one called The Sage and the Phoenix. And that should be out probably in April, I think.
Anyway. Just work
this
on
one's a
series
portal fantasy. The other ones are just like epic fantasies. But yeah, so books. You get to read them, enjoy them, tell your friends, write a review that's not about how you dislike gay people.
Available on
Yeah.
Amazon, BlackRWolf.com, other places.
anywhere you
Kindle.
like. Yep. It's on Kindle Unlimited, so.
Yeah. Gale. You've got Gale.
Hi, I'm Zachary Gale. My sinuses are pitching a fit because the weather's changing here in Michigan. Horror stories, mostly short stories. I have a book coming out in October called Some Empty Houses Might Really Be Haunted. I have not announced the official release date yet, just because, fuckery could happen. And you can find me on Twitter at Zachary G. Author. And my wife also makes really cool stuff. The map that's just over next to Taiylor was done by her. And a lot of the stickers behind Taiylor were also done by her. And she has a website, leniedraws.com. LENIE-draws.com. And she's super awesome and has helped Taiylor with a couple of Atlaran related projects. So
I'm working on a real fun one right now.
Yeah, I saw some of it while we were on break, and it's looking dope. Oh, I'm not saying shit.
I want to know.
No. You sit there and be sad.
Coop.
That's every day.
Shut up, Coop.
What's up, you guys? It's
sorry.
I'm the guy that does stream stuff with mastery. Some might call it the stream master. Today, coming at you with a cool whale fact. Again, back on those now. Hey, did you guys know that whales are actually some of the longest living mammals on the planet?
Yes.
Not everyone knows that, but I thought I would share that for the people that don't know that.
The biggest.
But yeah, like bowhead whales can live to be over 200 years old. And like killer whales that aren't imprisoned at SeaWorld, when they're left to their own devices, they can, there goes that sponsorship. Killer whales
I don't care about
can live to be over 100 years old, which is crazy.
Whale fact.
Don't go swimming.
They're not even whales, they're dolphins.
With killer whales. They're called killer whales. They're I mean that's
but they're
in the name.
Technically dolphins.
They're dolphins.
So
Well,
I
but
thought
anyway,
you
don't
said
kill
whales
that. Don't swim with killer whales because they're dangerous.
No, do it. Try it.
I thought you said not
Please.
in prison, but in prison. Like whales that were in prison.
Yeah. One of them's got a prison
Oh my
tattoo
God.
of a teardrop, but you can't see it because his face
That's
is black.
actually why killer whales are black and white. Is
Or black
the
and
black
white,
is
yeah.
actually just prison tattoos. They're also called killer whales. It's actually just like that's their
Prison name?
because that's their prison name because they're
That's
actually
their
just called
street.
orcas, but their prison name is killer whale. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's like 8 whale facts, some of which aren't true. And on that
Spot the
note,
lie.
we'll go to you, Taiylor.
Cool.
That was such
Beans.
a clusterfuck. Oh my god.
I knew you were gonna say it. Hello everybody. I'm Taiylor Wallace. You can find me on Twitter on the Bird app. At TAIY.
IY.
Oh, barbecue sauce.
What?
What?
TAIYLORWALLACE. Make sure you misspell Taiylor or you will never find me. I am an editor, I'm a dungeon master, and occasionally I post opinions that never get any attention, but whatever. You can also find me at Sonder_editing if you are a writer. Maybe you worked on NaNoWriMo. Maybe you have a collection of stories that need somebody else to take a look at them. Maybe you got a giant ass book that's 160,000 fucking words long. Or maybe you
I'm
write
sorry, was that
4
targeted
books a
at
day. Or maybe you don't write and you
Excuse me?
just want to hang out. I think I just described everyone here. But you can also find me on sonderediting.com. But yeah, I edit for folks, and I am especially friendly to newbies who have no idea what they're doing. I have an idea of what I'm doing, kind of, but I second-guessed myself. But thank you for joining us. And you can catch us on Twitch 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturdays for the live stream. And you can catch VODs and podcasts following Wednesdays on YouTube, Spotify, and other podcast platforms. And that's it.
We're gonna end on time for once. Oh,
Yeah.
no, we're a minute over. Never mind. We're late.
Fuck!
Oh no.
All right,
To be
guys.
fair, I try to end the game at 3.
That's fair.
Alright, yeah, we'll see y'all next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Dragon Ball Z.
Bye-bye.
It is.